What's up, YouTube? I'm about to go live on the TikTok. It's been a minute. My internet was down, so I wasn't able to simulcast, but I did go live on TikTok with my phone, and here I am back again, rocking and rolling. 1 second. Let me get all my shiznit set up here. Okay. The hell am I doing? Oh yeah, going live. Let's see. Trump plus Bolivia equals. Yikes. Okay, I think we're ready to rock. Audience control. Audience control. On brand new. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, here we go. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and we are live again, rocking and rolling, doing the thing. Let me turn down my volume here. I gotta go share myself out. Booyah. Okay, what am I doing? Yes. Liberal Loudmouth. There I am. What's up, everybody? What is up? Let's get this show on the road. So I just started it. Let me send you one. I'll send you one. I'll send you one. I'll send you one. I'll send you one. You get 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 one. I'm just sending it to everybody. We are live. Bam. All right, let's see. Now I'm going to go in and go to my alt. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm going to test out Tickfinity to see how this works. Let me see how to start this biatch. Oh, it says I'm live. Oh, okay. I don't know if that's going to work. I don't know. It says I'm live though, so I guess we'll find out when somebody does something. Occupation, thank you for the shares. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, now let me bring in my alt, and forgive me, I've got Tickfinity. It's a new thing, so if you send, there's a certain gift, I think, it'll do like a sound effect or something. I uploaded one just to test it and see. I don't know how it works really, but trial and error. Oh, there we go. Thank you for the heart me. I don't know if I like that necessarily, but at least we know Tickfinity works. That sound is weird. Isn't that sound weird? Kind of weird. Cha-ching. So get your heart me's. MBW, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. Get all your heart me's in. Oh, goodness. Oh, is that going to do that every time somebody sends a rose? Oh, please no. I may have to shut that down. That we'll be hearing that the whole time. Thank you, Puddin' Pop. I appreciate that. Oh no. Yeah. Okay. Let me see why it's doing that. Hold on. That's pretty funny. Now, see, I didn't set that up. That actually. Gift alert, duration 5 seconds, show level rain. Oh, okay, maybe I can edit this. Hold on, let me edit it. Play audio. No. Okay, save. Ah, yes. Turn that back on when someone on the panel is annoying. That's funny. And yes, Rico, I've got internet is back. It's only going to cost me, like $400 fucking dollars. Motherfuckers. There we go. Okay, so it's, and thank you for that. I appreciate that. So at least it does all that. Puddin' Pop, thank you. But at least the sound effect is done. Now, if somebody at some point wants to do a confetti, that I did send my own, like, audio to it, because I didn't want to do, like, a rose or something, because then it would just repeat the sound effect over and over again, although I didn't realize that that was going to do it. That's crazy. So if somebody at some point wants to do that, with a confetti. It should work, given what we're... why is a rose on there? That's weird.
I really appreciate the confetti, but fuck, it's everywhere. Look at that.
There we go. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you for the confetti. And so I'm going to be doing little audio clips, I think, of those, of the larger ones. That's pretty awesome. That works pretty good. The confetti is everywhere. What the fuck? That's pretty good. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I like that. Okay. Well, let me redo my finger hearts here. I think I'll start off with some finger hearts. Maybe I should do a sound effect with the finger hearts and be like, "Oh yeah, finger me, daddy." No. Yes. No. Anyway, so so that's out of the way. I'll be playing with that to see how that works. Let me get my alt up here so that I can walk away if I need. I'm going to pull myself in here. There we go. You bastard. Okay, so we're ready to rock and roll. Thank you, Puddin' Pop. Thank you. Appreciate that. I can actually make that bigger. Let me... Where Tickfinity, I can make that a little bit bigger. Maybe we should put it over here on the right side. I don't know. Let's see, I should have messed with this, but I wasn't sure exactly what it would look like, so... And you can't really test it until you go live, like, to know what it does necessarily. Make that a little smaller. Okay, so I put it on the right side. We'll see how that works. Plus, the cool thing is that people on the tube can actually see those things as well. So your name will also be presented. Thank you, Rigo, for 105 likes. Awesome. Yeah, that is something that I put. Every 100 likes, you'll get up there. Appreciate that. So now everybody has goals. And welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I'm sorry for the delay, but as you can see, I got my internet up and running, and it's fast as fuck. It's much faster than it was before, so and it turns out that the fiber cable itself was fucked up. And I think what happened though is when the outage came, I think my son went in there and may have jiggled it. That shit's very fragile, so it's easy to break. Cat Chief, what's up? Meow. What's up?
Yeah, how you doing?
Doing fine. Have you heard about Bolivia? What Trump
is doing? Not. I'd love for you to tell me.
Yeah, Trump is basically trying to take over Bolivia too. Although the new guy that's leading Bolivia, Paz, I think his last name is. He's very U.S. friendly, and so we're going there too.
I heard a lot about Cuba.
Cuba. Yeah,
are they doing the same out there? I heard he's trying to take that too.
Yep. Basically, I mean, he'll starve them out if he has to. That's because that's the Trump way. When you want something,
no, I noted.
What's up?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
I'm just wondering. I'm seeing empire building. That's what I'm seeing.
Well, I mean, I would say that it's empire continuation, because we've been an empire for a while now,
No, I see. That's a very smart outlook, yes.
I mean, wouldn't you agree? With 800 bases everywhere?
No, I would.
Been an empire for a while?
I would, and it's only a matter of time. I mean, I'm just glad that we're allies. I mean, imagine if Israel wasn't an ally. Imagine what would happen to us.
If Israel wasn't an ally?
Yes.
Well, if they weren't an ally, we would have invaded them by now.
I know, it's a scary thought.
Yeah, I mean, we would have invaded them for what they've done to us as a quote-unquote ally already, because they're attacking the United States. Would you agree that Israel is attacking us?
Well, I mean, we are the chosen people, but I do agree that there's a few things that we have done that's probably not so nice. Oh, the
Who is-
sons of Judah.
Those aren't the people that are running Israel, though.
Well, yes, you're right. It's unfortunate. It's more of a nationality than a religion anymore. It's more Zionism than it is Judaism.
Well, I mean, you can be a convert into Judaism, so it's not a nationality at all. Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you. It's not a nationality.
Well,
it's not really
isn't
even an ethnicity. It's just a religious crap. It's crap. It's religion.
Well, yeah, they're using it as a way of as a military tactic is what they're doing. They're
What do you
using
mean?
it as a shield.
Who is using what as a shield?
The Jews, they're taking it and they're using it. We're using it as a shield. We're using our history as a shield of sadness to garner protection from a bigger empire.
Okay, so are you doing an accent because you keep slipping out of your accent?
It's I'm.
Are you trolling?
I'm from Boston. No, I'm not. I'm not trolling.
Are you Jewish?
Yeah, I am Jewish. I am from Israel. I went to Boston. I have a bit of mix.
So are you like Canaanite Jewish or European Jewish?
No, I am not a Canaanite. The Canaanites, that's where cannibalism came from. The Canaanites. You think Canaanite? That's where
You think cannibalism came from Canaan?
Well, Canaanite. You think Canaan. You think Cain, and then ate, and then ball. Cannibalism. You know what I mean?
Stop. That's the dumbest thing I've heard in a while.
It's okay.
Okay, so you are you are Jewish. So, have you read the Old Testament, the entirety of it?
Well, the Old Testament we don't really we do, but we don't. What happened was Noah had sons, right? And what happened was the blessing was passed to the youngest son. And unfortunately, Judah was the oldest son, one of the oldest sons. And fortunately, what happened was Judah, he didn't like that, so he took out his brother, and then so on and so forth. It kind of messed everything up, honestly.
I mean, this is the story that is told, but not necessarily true.
Yes,
Right.
yes, it's not true at all.
Yeah,
We've
I don't
used
know.
history.
Catalyst.
We've used history.
What do you think? Troll, not a troll? What do you think?
Oh, is he being sincere?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards
Um,
troll here.
I don't know.
Pretty good.
I'll refrain. I'll wait. Let me hear more of what he said. I just
Don't
got
have
up here.
enough information to make a decision. I got it. That's fair.
Right. I mean, are you like what area are you from? Country, region, whatever.
No,
Cat.
I'm from Tel Aviv in Israel, but I moved to Boston.
Well, how
You're
old were you
from
when you moved?
Israel and you moved to Boston. That actually
Yeah.
How old were
That
you
tracks.
when you moved?
How old was I when I moved?
Yeah, from Tel Aviv to Boston.
Oh, I was 18.
Then you're
Really?
making the accent up.
that's
I am
probably
not.
true.
It's a mixture of both.
How old are you now?
No.
I'm 32 now.
Yeah, that's not. You're playing pretend with your accent there. I can tell. I met Bostonians.
Roy
and
Laven.
it's not that great,
Right.
man. It's,
Boyle.
Oh, that's okay.
it's on the
It'll get
verge.
better.
Yeah, I think
It
he's
sounds
trolling.
cartoonish.
I'm cartoonish, Bostonian, but more cartoonish Jewish. Pardon my French.
I mean,
But that's okay. I mean,
Look.
I'm here to help with the truth.
The truth, you're from you're from is not real. What do you think
Yes.
of the IDF? What do you think of it?
Oh, they're monsters.
Oh, well, that's surprising.
Yes,
would
not
agree
all
with you.
Jews are bad. The IDF are not good. Niskit.
Okay, that's fair.
Somebody
If
comes
he
in
was a
here.
troll, you would expect a different answer.
Well, here's what I know is that anybody that calls themselves the chosen one or the chosen people, they're going to be a problem at some point.
Oh yeah,
Well,
yeah, right.
You're
Thank
right.
you,
that's
occupation, for the
problem.
lights.
You're right. I'm not the chosen one, but they claim that they are, and unfortunately, they it's all a lie. It's all a lie.
I don't disagree. Anyway, so Bolivia, actually, one of the problems in this, since we're talking about Jewish people, the guy named Philip Goldberg back in, 2008, 2009, something like that, got kicked out of Bolivia because he was interfering and trying to foment a coup, essentially, in Bolivia. And so what we're seeing today is actually the U.S. having been trying this forever. So it's like Israel and the United States can't keep their shit to themselves. They just can't let people do what they want to do. They, for whatever reason, have to try and take over every fucking thing. It's crazy. Yeah, Philip Goldberg, look him up. He was the ambassador to Bolivia. And they kicked him out, and then, of course, that turned into you're a druggie, talking about I think it was Morales at the time. I don't know if you, and then so from then on out, and then 2019, Donald Trump basically couped Morales out of office. And so now what you're seeing in Bolivia is the United States and Israel's doing. It's like you see all this uprising and shit around the world, and you'll find two countries, the United States and Israel. This shit has got to stop. Like, why do we do this?
The cutoff is not real. We
They
need to
have
cut
to.
them off.
Yeah, they have to.
Yes, Israel must be cut off.
I mean, it's
110.
like
Thank you, occupation.
I don't care how bad of a breakup it's going to be, I mean, yeah, I know. It's kind of like a divorce of sorts because we've been so intertwined. But I didn't realize until, I looked into the history and what's going on there and who is doing what to who. I really didn't realize what is not real was, and the atrocious stuff they do. So I was unaware of the history of the atrocities. Once I looked into it, I'm like, yeah, no, that's not an ally, especially with dog walking 45 into right into this Iran mess fiasco that was completely impulsive on both Bibi's part and Trump's part. It was ridiculous. What a terrible strategy they did.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was impulsive. I feel like this was planned. You know what I mean? Like I
Not
feel
very
like this
well.
is. Well,
I mean, why didn't we maneuver more resources around the Strait of Hormuz? So
Thank
at
you,
least we
Puddin' Pop.
had some kind of So at least we had some kind of strategic foothold there before they just take it over.
Well, I think it's
just
doing
choked
what
down.
it'll be beneficial to Israel, assuming Israel holds on to its power. It'll be beneficial to them because what it does is it weakens the GCC countries, which allows Israel to come in and essentially run shit. And
What is GCC?
I'm not sure what it stands for, but it's the countries that basically the oil nations, the Gulf nations. Gulf.
Okay.
Yeah, let me look it
Okay.
up, see what it stands for. It's what does
Gulf
GCC
Coast countries
stand for?
or
Gulf Cooperation Council. Yeah.
oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah. It's Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and UAE.
Yeah, it's what they want. They're doing that so that they can consolidate landmass. It's what they want.
Yeah, and to expand, because Iran would have pushed back against expansion into other countries, I'm sure. Thank you, Misty. And in this way now, because think of it, the countries I just listed, all have been attacked by Iran, and I think Israel wanted that to happen. I think they knew that Iran was going to do that, and that's what they're wanting. I could be wrong, but yeah.
I know BD needs that existential threat.
Thank you, Occupation.
And attacking and this whole mess, I guess it's reinforcing to them, but I think Bibi's overextended. And in Lebanon, they're playing around with drones, and they're doing the same damn thing to Israeli tanks. That happened in Russia. Tanks are obsolete now because of drones. And you got the Iranians innovating using drones, and you got Lebanon using drones. And I think Beatty's gonna get knocked off the top of the hill.
Thank you, Misty.
I think it's gonna backfire on him.
It's gonna backfire for sure.
Yeah, how do you come back from this? Because globally, I think people have woken up to this. The only downside that I see is the fact that with global surveillance through AI, which is, my opinion is the goal, I think with that, they will be able to continue doing what they do, even once everybody has woken up to it. I'm not sure that they'll, you know what I mean? Because imagine global surveillance will know if anybody is shit-talking Israel, and they'll just, blow up your phone or something? They could.
They more than likely will.
At this point, how much static is going on like that, though? Right? I understand the promises of AI and stuff like that, but right now, you got 75% of the world population going, what's going on in this country? You can't do that, right? So that's a lot of static to sort through before you're like, okay, we need to track down this one specific thread. We're dogging on is not real right now. True. And I know it's happening all across TikTok, all across Facebook, everywhere,
Here is just an example right here. This is let me pull this up. ICE deploys $5.7 million AI surveillance system to track millions. Federal agency uses Signal Labs platform to monitor 8 billion daily posts across social media. 8 billion using great. AI. And see, this is what those data centers are for. That is a lot of compute to get through all of those social media posts. And in order to basically get the whole world under this umbrella, it's going to require data centers fucking everywhere. And in my view, that's what they're doing, because now we know what ICE is doing. ICE is trained by who? The fucking IDF. And Signal is being used by who? Israel. So, I think that's the ploy here. But will it work out for them? I don't know. When the electricity goes down at a data center, does it still work? Not so well. So I don't know. There's a little bit of hope here, but there's also, we should be at least aware of what they can do, because really they're willing to do anything to obtain whatever objective it is that they want. Did we lose our Bostonian? I think we did. Anyway, Grunkle, welcome in, man. How are you?
What up? Good morning. I'm well.
So what do you think of all this? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, the way my mind works is like, if you're shit talking the blue and white, it's like they're just going to put like a surcharge. It's like, oh, you're shit talking us, we're going to make you pay more. You shit talking surcharge on your phone. It's going to show up on your monthly bill. You know, so that's where my mind went to.
That would be funny.
You know,
That's funny.
I was reminded of Gilbert. I was reminded of Gilbert Gottfried. He was such a freaking acid comic, man. He was so corrosive. And he said one time, he says, "As a Jew, free speech. I like free speech because as a Jew, I don't want to pay for it." You know. Anyway, I thought it.
That is funny. I mean, they'll throw the book at us.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But anyway, I mean, these are all concerns. But at the end of the day, the data centers are coming. I mean, they're already doing it with the DOT and the FMCSA. You can actually go on CDL Life and what's the other one? Freight Waves. They've written articles about the nationwide DOT station cameras that they're using to, and they're feeding that into the AI to quote unquote track. How did they put it? Like basically suspicious activity, identify suspicious activity. I don't know what that means, but you know, it's already happening with us truckers anyway. But yeah, it's a brave new world we're entering into.
Yeah, it's pretty scary stuff. I mean, we see the train coming. There's not much we can do here. Aside from talking about it,
it's like
awareness.
Right. I mean, the data centers are coming, you know. So it's just a matter of whether we want them here or they're going to be elsewhere. You know what I mean? So it's like the technology's there. One country is going to dominate the AI and the data centers and robotics. And I, for one, am glad that we're doing it instead of some other country. I think we will be the global leader in all three of those areas.
Well, it requires your water, it requires your electricity. So I'm like, you know, why would we be the ones to provide that? You know, how is that a good thing?
Trying to put these things up as quickly as possible using some of the least sustainable methods that they can get away with. You know, because I'm hearing there's one type of data center that isn't so costly and taxing on the electrical grid and on the environment, but they're not doing that for the most part. They say, oh, we're in a race, so we have to throw these things up with no concern for the environmental impact or for the social impact or any of it.
Right. Now, Grunkle, would you consider yourself MAGA or a Trump supporter / Republican? There's a reason I asked. Somebody in the comments.
Oh, I am super MAGA. Throw a cape on me, baby.
Yeah, this is to the guy in the comments. What is his name? Eternally Yours. If I hated free speech so much, why would I have Grunkle on here and allow him to speak? Yeah. So this person thinks that I'll just mute and drop people. I'll only mute if you just won't shut up. Which, you know what I mean? Like, we get some of those on here and they just don't stop talking.
No, they bulldoze. I mean,
done that to me, but I will say, in your defense, I deserved it every time because I was kind of running off at the mouth and shit. So, you know, hey, you got to take it. You got to admit when you just being a dick, and I was, and you dropped me. So we move on. It's okay.
Liberals get it too. If a liberal comes up doing that shit, and I've dropped them before. Yeah, it's just a matter of like making sure everybody can speak. Oh, we got Guitar Picker. I swear I recognize that name. Guitar Picker, what's up?
Hello.
Are you a picker or are you a grinner?
Picker.
You're a picker. Anyway, what's up? What brings you up here, man?
So, just so I understand correctly, you're liberal, is that right?
I am, yes.
I ain't no liberal.
That's fine.
I'm a staunch conservative. I voted Trump 2016, 2020, 2024. Big Trump supporter. And I think he's the best option we have to make this country great.
Okay. Do you like the notion that we're about to be under like surveillance big time, like in a huge way? Do you like that, or are you okay with it?
Ain't no surveillance around me. I'm up here in Maine. I ain't seen no cameras. That's the city stuff.
So you don't think that there is surveillance?
No, there is. There is, but it ain't around me.
I see. So
It's like a city. It's like Los Angeles.
Well, they're talking
Boston.
about like surveillance, as in like not necessarily all the surveillance footage, but literally every post.
Well, I
of
guess it
every
depends.
person.
Where are they doing
Yeah.
surveillance? Who are they surveilling? You know?
everybody.
Right.
Joe Blow from Kokomo, he doesn't need to be surveillanced, but some people do.
Well, everybody's going to be surveilled. Every text message, and I mean, your phone's listening, so all that's going to get run through this AI stuff. That's what these data centers are for, so that they can process all of that. And thank you, Rigo. I don't know why in the fuck it said thank you. Thanks for repeat count
And
gift name.
why you got an Israeli flag?
Here?
Yeah,
Well, I mean, why do you think that I have an Israeli flag? And
that's our strongest ally.
No, that's our worst enemy.
No, what do you mean? Well, that's our strongest ally.
Israel is our enemy.
Our ally. We're literally fighting with them in a war.
No.
Canada was our strongest ally, not anymore.
And
Yeah,
Netanyahu
no.
and Trump are very, very
Without a
close.
doubt, was our strongest ally.
Yeah, Israel is not. We claim Israel as an ally, but they are actually an enemy. They are not doing what's in the best
Are you
interest of the
anti-Semitic?
country. No,
No,
I don't.
that's
I, well, Catalyst, hold on.
No.
I know most liberals.
Catalyst, hold
anti-Semitic.
on. Semitic people, I have nothing against Palestinians. Why would I? Why would I
but
dislike Palestinians?
You don't like Jews, though. You don't like Israel. It's anti-Semitic. They're our
Is it?
strongest ally.
Are Palestinians Semitic people?
Yeah.
All right, so no, I have no problem with Palestinians. I do, however, have an issue with people that unalive babies, unalive journalists,
Well, I agree.
unalive like people blow their heads off with cell phones. I don't
But
like that.
you're against abortion, then. Just like me, you're against abortion.
Against abortion,
For
I
what?
wouldn't personally.
You just said.
I wouldn't personally have an abortion, but we're talking about babies, not fetuses.
Exactly, babies. You just said
Those aren't
You
babies.
just said you don't support unaliving babies. That's what
Correct.
abortion is.
Those are not babies, sir.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not babies.
The Bible says before.
I don't care what the Bible
Jesus.
says. I'm an atheist. Don't preach your Bible to me because I
Well,
don't
that means
believe
you're
in
wrong.
any of it.
That's why you're liberal.
That's
May I
fine.
step in for a second?
Sure, Grunkle.
What's your name? Guitar picker? Hey, but I think, I mean, in Loudmouth's defense, okay, and I'm MAGA. You heard me say it. You know, I'm 100% MAGA. In his defense, I think he's making a distinction between Israel, the government, okay, you know, and regular, like, you know, Jewish people and Palestinians. I think that's a distinction that liberal loudmouth is making, and I think that's a pretty fair distinction, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. In the ideology, too. Like, any ideology of supremacy, I don't care for. I don't care who you are or what you believe. You know, if you just, like, walk around and think that you're somehow better than another person, I just don't like that. You know? We're all people.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
Okay.
There
And-
you go. See?
Yeah. And I actually didn't get a chance to drop him. He dropped before I could get to him. But I mean, Grunkle, like hearing that, and I don't know if the guy even believes any of what he just said, but like that kind of representation
Last part.
doesn't bode well, does it?
Yeah, but at the same time, man, you got a lot of trolls that'll come up on left and right panels pretending to be something they're not and just trolling. So
That's
I
true.
don't give those people credence just because they say they're MAGA or because they say they're a leftist or a Democrat. I mean, once that bullshit comes out of their mouths, like everything else they said before it is discounted in my mind.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I've got something all over my fingers. Well, you know, and it's really hard to even find Trump supporters willing to come up anymore, man. Even here, like, you know, because I've never really liked the panels where I've got 7, you know, liberals up here just because that's who's requesting up, and then you get one mag and everybody's like, ah, you know, like dogpiling. I can't stand that, but it's hard to get MAGA or Trump supporters to come up and even have a conversation.
Right.
Yeah, I think both sides, and I've seen it, you know. God, here I am with the both sides bullshit, but and I hate that. But
Yeah, I mean, it's
the
true.
exception kind of proves the rule. It's like I think the left and the right, you know, conservative and liberal, however you want to define that, have just for the most part simply dug in their heels. This is my point of view, and you know, they're not communicating anymore. They're not trying to find any middle ground. That's, you know, it may be good, it may be bad. I don't know. Take it for what it is. That's just what I've observed.
Yeah, and there may be less, like Sabrina said in the comments, and thank you for the likes, Sabrina. For every 100 comments that you do, it'll pop you up, but I put a delay in there so that it's not constant. So if you keep liking, you'll find your name up there. But she said that you know, there's less Trump supporters, and I think that's probably true. Are you starting to see people that you knew, like on TikTok or wherever, that have turned, or they're just like, okay, this is just getting too much? Have you started noticing that at all? And thank you, Lil Red. Grunkle?
Now, son, help me understand what you mean by that. I think my signal blinked out for a second.
Yeah, like, are you noticing on your side that fewer and fewer people are still MAGA or still Trump supporters? Like, have you noticed people starting to leave, like, okay, this shit's getting out of hand? Like, personally?
Not really, no.
No?
I mean, in my personal life, you know, I haven't noticed that anyone's like, oh, I used to like Trump, and, you know. But I mean, in my personal life, I don't walk up to people and say age, date, and who you voted for either. So, you know.
Thank you, Lil Red.
So,
Yeah, no, I used to be able to get them to come up here all the time. Like every day we would have at least, you know, 1, 2, or 3 of them show up. But I don't know, it feels like it's diminishing. And I also feel like Republicans and Democrats are both starting to realize that we're all kind of getting screwed here. Like with the Bolivian deal. Like this, even when Obama got elected, Bolivians thought that he was going to stop what Bush was doing, which was this, you know, whole war on rugs thing that he tried to do with them. Oh, Little Red, thank you for that. That's awesome looking. But he didn't. And it just continued because the U.S. and other countries used to be involved in
I
their...
really appreciate the confetti, but fuck, it's everywhere. Look at that.
Nice, the confetti. Thank you for the confetti, by the way. That's funny. I'll be adding more sound effects as we go along, but anyway, fuck. Now I got my that's distracting, very distracting. To hear yourself out of nowhere. But anyway, so you know, we used to be involved in their oil industry, and then Morales came in and nationalized it. And that's when all the problems started happening, when U.S. businesses and U.S. allied businesses weren't allowed to go in there and suck their oil out, and they said no. Then we turned on them and started doing this shit, and both parties did it. And so what we're seeing Trump do, I think secretly a lot of Democrats, like these neoliberal Democrats, are like, yeah, but we can't say that publicly. I have a feeling that's true. Oh, so pretty. I'm so pretty. Thank you, Lorette. I mean, what do you think? I mean, are you starting to see those cracks in the differences between the party, Grunkle?
What I'm seeing, you could couch it that way. I think, I think that's probably a fair assessment to say that there are cracks uh, starting to form. But I would say, from my own perspective, is that the divide that was kind of there in the beginning has just grown bigger now, because there are MAGA panels that I go on to where they're like, we don't want any liberals. As soon as someone says, oh yeah, I'm a Democrat or I'm a liberal, they're like, well, this is not a Democrat panel, you got to go. And
Really?
I've been observing it on the other side, just as I scroll, that people, and it's not all over the place, but liberal Democrat panels, they'll like, we don't want any MAGA up here. We're just no. Friendlies only. And I'm
Would
like,
you do
well,
me a
geez.
favor? If you see a liberal that's doing that, could you send me a message and let me know who that is? Because I would be interested in seeing that, because like that is. It leads to kind of what brought us to this fucking place in the first place. Either party doing that is, I don't know, to me it's just like cutting off your nose to spite your face. How are you supposed to get more voters if you're treating people like that?
Yeah,
That's
it's
crazy.
kind of hard to. I mean, thank you, Grunkle, for not being a dick like the guy beneath you. I mean,
You're welcome.
I grew up Republican, and I've shifted more left leaning over time. But I remember before all the crazy kind of, I guess, Tea Party stuff. I could talk with Democrats when I was a Republican, and we could at least sit down at the table without spewing insults at each other. And that's different now. It's pretty different now.
It's gotten really, really bad. It's very toxic.
Well, when you're sitting across from somebody and you come sideways at them, there's a good chance you might get a good, 5 finger upside the face. You know what I mean? So, but on social media, that's been taken away. You can be as loud and as obnoxious and as big of an asshole as you want, and there's no threat that somebody's going to shut you up. So
you're shielded from.
I say.
Yeah, because if you were a dickhead to somebody in person, it could go to blows. There was always that threat. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
What you say in person, right? But on the internet, we're all anonymous. Except like Loudmouth.
Except for me.
They
all know where I'm at.
Right now, I'm completely anonymous, and there's a safety behind that. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna start just walk around and vent all my shit but there are some people that's what the internet is for.
Yeah, the internet
of anonymity
has been bittersweet.
Just think about.
I think.
Hey, everybody.
What's up, mechanic?
Hey.
I'm getting bars.
Not too much. I was just going to say, these people who think they know everything, they're so annoying to those of us who do.
Right.
That's funny.
Right? I know.
That kind of says it all, because, everybody is, we sit with our convictions. The question is, what are our convictions informed by? I'm really very interested in the way Israelis are convinced that they are in existential threat at all times. They are truly a classroom example of paranoia. It's the most profoundly weird paranoia. They really think that the world's out to get them, and that justifies, everything that they're doing. It's really
I
weird.
mean, you make a great point.
Yeah.
Who's that now? Who is that?
He's talking about, Israelis or Jewish people in general, I guess.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, sadly, there are altogether too many Jews that are still supporting Israel and not Palestine. Now there's a whole shit ton of us who stand 10 toes down with Palestine, but not enough, unfortunately. Not enough.
Yeah,
And it's
that's
not
true.
a majority. It's definitely not. We're definitely in the minority. And so far.
Well, and interestingly, there is a lady who she is in support of Palestine, but also engages in that persecution complex that you're talking about.
Interesting.
And it's
okay.
yeah. So she used to come up on the show all the time, but every little thing she would just blow out of proportion, and
Yeah.
I don't know. It was kind of a weird thing to watch, really.
Boy, it must have been very disturbing. And what about October 7th?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure because it's been a while, but I remember she left my show once and did it. Oops, a raindrop landed on my phone, hit the home. Oh my God, y'all. The raindrop hit my home button and clicked me off of TikTok. That's fucking funny.
That's
No
funny.
shit.
One
That's
second, I gotta
crazy.
wipe it.
What are the chances? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
But,
even funnier because it landed on the home button, and then when I brought it back, I had lifted my phone up, and then it rolled down and hit it again. That's
Oh,
why
funny.
it dropped out the second time. Crazy. Now I forgot what I was saying. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, you were talking about this lady who subscribes
there,
to
buddy.
she subscribed to that sort of general feeling of paranoia, and it's really kind of a mass hypnosis. But you know, the stories they're so cleverly constructed that it's I don't know. It's not easy to see how people buy into it because I think it's bullshit from the get go. But a lot of people find the stories to be compelling. You know, a land without a people for a people without a land, and you know, we fought off all of our adversaries, and we made a place that's finally a safe haven for the Jews, and you know, that all this kind of nonsense. So, anyways, yeah, I don't know what I want to do with that, but it's just so.
Well, yeah, and it's difficult because you have to sit there and deconstruct all the talking points with it
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
to get to the truth.
Well, luckily, they're
Yeah,
always the same
right.
talking points, but
Generally speaking.
they seem to be incredibly ill-informed about current events. They're not at all keeping abreast of current events, you know. And I'm thinking, you know, just this latest thing about the Hilltop Youth and how they descend on the villages and just wreak mayhem wherever, you know. And they've stolen sheep, and they've, you know, they I don't know. I mean, there's just so many stories every day. You know, it's a story more hair-raising than the day before. It's just crazy. I don't know how it's possible.
Yeah, and it gives them also some unification there with the persecution. It's like we all have to protect each other, and it makes it very like, I don't know. I don't really get it because but also there are people who just want to unalive Jewish people. I don't like that either.
Well, yeah.
And
Yeah, I guess they exist too.
yeah, but it's as a result of what's happening because
Well, yeah.
people do collective punishments. That's, I think, maybe even human nature. They're like, I keep seeing this type of person do this thing, and so they must all be bad, you know. And it's not true. But that also means that like Netanyahu and Israel are currently the worst things to happen to the Jewish people since, you know, fucking Hitler.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Ben Gvir is a piece of work, isn't he?
Dude. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
The
You know,
flotilla
and
people. Is that what you're talking
Yeah.
about? That video?
yeah, right?
Not
Yeah,
surprised.
well, you know, yeah. It's not the first time that he's gone walking, you know, I've seen video footage of him walking through the detention centers or prisons or whatever they call them, and talking in such vindictive terms as if these people really were the scum of the earth, the most heinous terrorists ever. They're not.
Bringing
there's
aid to
no-
people.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And yet they speak of them in terms of these low life terrorists or whatever they want to call them, and not a scintilla of evidence. And how does he get to? I don't know. It's just baffling to me. It's baffling. It's like the way Lindsey Graham was talking about what we should do to Iran, and he was talking about using the MUK. Just horrible.
That is crazy. And yeah, it's I don't see really a good outcome here because the globe has woken up to what's been happening, this like subversion shit that's been going on for a long time now, and they're going to collectively punish those people. And then they'll, and it's funny because they'll be like, see, we told you that everybody hated us.
Yes,
even though
exactly.
it like repeats that cycle.
But yeah, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Right. Yeah. We're going to do these heinous acts because people hate us. Yet these heinous acts lead to people hating us, and therefore we have to do more heinous acts.
Why do they hate us?
Right. We only took the guy's head off with a cell phone. What's wrong with that? I mean, now, Sandra, welcome aboard. Did you want to jump in on this conversation? You're welcome to. Sandra, or did you not mean to come up? That's possible.
Hi, Sandra.
You are muted for the record.
Sandra, are you in?
Sandra. Oh, Raindrop must have gotten mechanic.
Hello.
There you are. Welcome aboard.
Salam alaikum.
Yeah, did you want to weigh in on this?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Nepal.
Okay.
I come Nepal.
Yeah, go ahead.
One must finish Nepal down.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, Sandra. I'm going to go ahead and drop you down now because I'm, I'd like to have a conversation, but if you're not going to speak or if I don't know what to do with that. I don't know where to go from there.
That's really, it wasn't very fruitful conversation. I was interested to hear what you would have to say, but
I did want to hear from Sandra. I don't want to be rude, but at the same time, 10 minutes later, maybe would have gotten a sentence out. I don't know, but thank you for watching, Sandra. I appreciate it. If you're gaining something, please keep hitting that like button. And to everybody, hit that like button. Where are we at? We're at 21,000. I think Occupation is probably beating everybody with the likes. So thank you, Occupation, for your activity there. And don't forget to leave comments because that also boosts in the FYP. So if you want this conversation to get out there, commenting and liking is the two best things aside from gifting. If you can gift, please do. And thank you, Rath. I appreciate that. But yeah, Mechanic, I mean, how do you stop that cycle of, or even to Catalyst, how the fuck do you stop that cycle where this fear leads to nefarious actions, leads to, people not liking that, leading to more fear? How do you stop that?
Well, you probably want to start by, and I mentioned this, and of course it's easy to say, but in practice it's going to be a mess. But we gotta cut off. We gotta stop arming and subsidizing this G-side. Whether you can't be. At some point, we have to say, no, you're not a friend of ours. We don't condone this. We are trying to be the good guys in all of this, and cutoff is not real. Because it's BD Yahoo, he just wants to cling to power. That's all he wants. And there's a lot of rumors that he was playing both sides about October 7th and stuff like that. And I mean, because at the moment he loses power, he's going to prison. That's just the way it's going to be. So he's just sitting there hanging on for dear life. And the more he has an existential threat, the more entrenched and able to hang on to power he becomes.
Thank you, Hubby's forehead.
That makes sense.
Yes, it does, but because I often wonder, it's hard to know when you have somebody like a religious zealot. Does he really believe, like from a religious standpoint, in the things that he's doing, or is he just using that for? And thank you, Hubby's forehead.
Absolutely not.
You just think it's just like latched onto it and running off in the sunset with it, basically.
I can address that if I may.
Please.
Yeah. Bibi Netanyahu is notoriously secular guy. I mean, he grew up essentially in the United States. He's from a Polish background, of course, but he did his schooling in the United States. I know that much. And as such, he was one of these, secular Jews. He was in a Jewish family, of course, but he really is not well versed in scripture or anything like that. To the best of my knowledge, he's pretty non-committal as far as his faith goes. So, and that would explain why he is so toxic in his dealings with the Palestinians, and for that matter, with the protesters and the Holocaust survivors and a host of other Jews that don't happen to agree with the state of Israel. He's incredibly vindictive there. So no, I don't think he is religious, and to the extent that he uses Bible quotes, it's just as a matter of weaponizing Judaism.
Just bastardizing it. Or using it for his own means, I guess. Because if you read, the Torah and things like that, it's very... it even states that all other nations will bow before them. Like it says this. Yeah. So any of the zealots also will, it's an easy thing to latch onto if you're wanting to justify control and taking over shit. So it's really kind of fucked.
There's usually some very convenient interpretations when it comes to extremists when they whatever religious tradition they're following, there's always some very conveniently placed interpretations of certain parts of religious scripture to do that.
For sure. I'm just wondering how familiar people are with the Schofield Bible. I've been hearing a lot of that lately. Is anybody familiar with that?
I mean, I've heard of the Schofield Bible. I'm not so familiar with the differences.
Anybody can speak to it?
I can't, with any degree of education, no. I mean, I am vaguely familiar with the idea of this other Bible existing, but I'm not really sure how it's different from any of the other stuff.
I can relate what I have heard about it, and that is that the Schofield Bible is not a different edition of the Bible per se. It's based on the King James Version, but it has a lot of liner notes that were written by a priest, the John Schofield, and he took the liberty of his interpretation such that it enabled Zionism to be introduced into the Christian churches. And so that edition of the Bible is largely responsible for the the uprising of this very pro-Israel faction of Christianity. So it's kind of interesting. I really need to delve into it.
Thank you,
more
Akate.
deeply.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with that, but I'll certainly take a look at that.
Yeah, I got to learn more about it. I'd like to pick up a copy of it.
And
Although I
now,
don't want to.
real quick before I get to Hobie's forehead and Techno newest panelist, I'm going to play the live because somebody said that the audio was really bad. I just want to hear what
I
they're
got to
hearing.
learn more about it. I'd like to pick up a copy of it.
And
Although I
now,
don't want to.
real quick before I get to Hobie's forehead, I think I know what it is. Techno newest panel. I've got a fan running in the background. That may be what this person's hearing.
Yeah, and I can hold the microphone a little closer because I'm picking up a lot of the room acoustics here. So, Hobies, what's your take on the Israel-Palestine situation now?
The Israel-Palestine situation. Well, first, I don't approve of what Israel's doing. Like, I'll take a step back. So, I mean, I'm a Christian. I've been going to church almost all my life. I do understand, what you referred to with the Christian, Zionists and those that are head over heels over Israel. I think it's because there's this misconceived notion that that because Israel is a geographical, place for which the old, New Testament were funded, that all of a sudden now we should, have allegiance, to that region. But the irony is the fact that it was that region and it was the Pharisee-like behavior that crucified Christ, right? And that's actually what you have with a lot of these Christian nationalists, sadly, where you have people that are now saying, hey, I'm holier than thou, trying to espouse, things when our kingdom is not supposed to be here on earth if you're born again, right?
There you go.
It just goes against, the message of Christianity. What is the new Israel? It's not geographically confined. It's those who believe in Christ.
Yeah, that's such an important point. Yeah, really good take.
I mean, when you actually look into most every religion, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, it speaks about unity, and there's so many parallels between the religions. Do unto others as you would do unto you. That's empathy. That's seeing another person as, or treating the foreigner as your friend, and seeing it. Every, I think, true interpretation of religion speaks to the unity of all humanity. And as soon as you start reading into it and start separating your specific group and elevating it and playing those games, you've lost the message completely.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's also an interesting wrinkle to that story. Whereas Israel was sort of founded on being the ancient birthplace of Christianity or Judaism or whatever. It is recognized by the Jewish people around the world that this is the ancient homeland, But how can that be? How can you have the ancient homeland and show so little reverence for the ancient churches and the ancient cities of Gaza and Bethlehem and Jenin and Nablus, that there's aerial bombardment, and where there's not aerial bombardment, there's tank shelling, and destroying the roads. These are roads that were wandered by tradesmen from time immemorial. You got ancient cities in Gaza. These were trade routes that connected the African continent with Asia and Europe, for Christ's sakes, And yet Israel is just so blithely Now they're done, completely destroying Gaza and all of its ancient, beautiful churches. I'm surprised that they haven't bulldozed the Church of Christ, the Nativity Church. I was joking about that in 2018 when I was there. I was saying, boy, see, if I could get my hand on a bulldozer, I just, I would just bash that place, jokingly, of course. And my Palestinian friends were kind of horrified. But they understand where I was coming from. He said, and one of my friends said, "Yeah, well, I wouldn't put it past them, And
Right.
I bet you nickel it's coming, because they've destroyed everything else,
Well,
But
now they're moving into Lebanon. They're doing the same thing to Lebanon right now.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. No reverence, no love, no respect for your roots, and this is the kind of thing that we hated about ISIS. Remember that in the '90s when we found out in the West, we found out that they were destroying ancient artifacts and stuff.
Right.
And I was
Right.
like, oh my God, how despicable, And now it's like, well, this is what we're doing,
But the Jews don't really. I mean, so the Jews don't really care. And then the other thing, I was raised Pentecostal. I've been out of it for about 12 years. I'm an atheist now, but like in the isn't it epistemology? Isn't it called epistemology? That's the theology of the end times, right? Epistemology, I think, is what the
right.
the
It's all
term
going to
is
be
for it.
destroyed anyway.
And so, well, that's the thing is, so like with a lot of people's epistemology, their end times view is that the temple will be destroyed and basically they'll rebuild the temple over top of whatever's there now. It doesn't matter. I mean, look at what they've done these people here in America, the evangelicals, they go to the Ark place in Kentucky. I mean, that's their holy site. You know what I mean? There's nothing to them that's holy and that's old. They'll just rebuild whatever it is. They don't care. I mean, it's the Palestinians and the Arabs that care.
And like Hobby Lobby, the owners, you guys remember when they were dealing in ancient artifacts and they got a bunch of artifacts from Iraq and I think from other places. Like they would steal old shit and then they had fences that would get it to.
What I do remember about Iraq was something that was so disturbing to read about, and I believe it was Michael Chertoff or Richard Pearl or one of these neocons who headed a program of confiscating the seeds that Iraqi farmers were using because they were going to, make sure that they would be, in dire straits and in need of seeds, and they would buy them from Monsanto instead, It's just the most sinister, horrible thing. And this is like the heritage of the entire country that they were just playing around with, and just destroying for the fun of it. God knows what's happening there now. I've spoken to some Iraqis, and they're like, well, we're getting by just barely, but it's not a well-functioning country anymore. If it ever was.
Yeah. Look at this. So this is just one of like many. Rare cuneiform tablet bearing portion of Epic of Gilgamesh forfeited to United States. Auction house sold the Gilgamesh dream tablet to Hobby Lobby using false provenance. And then they put it up in some kind of museum or whatever in Oklahoma City. But they found out that because Hobby Lobby tried to claim that they were, we didn't know, but yeah, they did know, and they were paying for that specifically and then committing fraud because they knew what they were getting was illegal.
Where'd they get that one from?
I believe from
where'd
Iraq.
they get the cuneiform?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I'm not shocked. I think Iraq was a big, huge. Like everybody went in there. Like all of the rich, wealthy people went in there and pillaged the place.
Yeah, well, and what they'll argue is the Iraqis themselves are the ones that stole it, and so we didn't do anything wrong. That's what they'll claim, and it's like somebody they're trying to make money because we fucked up all their shit, and so now with all the chaos they can then my TikTok messed up. I don't know what's going on. There, are we back? Yeah, it was weird. Everything froze up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Did I ever cut off? Because to me, like, everything froze. Well, anyway, yeah, crazy shit. I mean, and Hobby Lobby is heavy Christian because they're the ones that they didn't want their health care to pay for. I think it was birth control or something. You guys remember that that Supreme Court case?
Hey, but what is Hobby Lobby?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They sell like arts and crafts and shit. I mean, like
They're like a Michaels, right?
yeah, I think so. Like my wife used to love them and then was upset because like I'm gonna fucking shop there anymore. Because they have all kinds of crazy shit. Like you can think of an art and craft and they would sell it probably. All kinds of stuff. And apparently ancient artifacts too. They just don't sell those on their shelf. Just the crappy
Something
Chinese
about-
products.
The thing about this pillaging of people's cultures and taking out all the,
Hey, Kara.
taking out these things, it's just, I mean, that's the way that empire and in a lot of ways white supremacy, right? It's just how it goes. Every empire run by like the British and the, you know what I mean? Like that's what we did. We just pillaged and then even the schmatzis, they did. Stole from Egypt,
they're
right?
still
Egyptian ones.
they're still recovering art from France, Europe, all sorts of places that the Yazidis relocated, if you will. Still to this day.
Yeah, and like what, and it continues because like look at what we're doing in Bolivia. Just go look up the history of the U.S. in Bolivia, and you'll see it's the same. It's the same thing over and over and over and over again. Don't like the leader. They're trying to bring in socialism and nationalize their resources. And so we start to fuck with them through tariffs, through export, sanctions or whatever. And then make up claims about, coke dealers and what have you. Crazy shit. It's getting old. Who else Awoken. Welcome in. How you doing?
Hi, long time no talking.
Yeah.
So,
well, I've been around.
Yeah, I know you've been around, and I was watching the lives here and there. I was actually thinking to myself, I'm going to tune in and let's see how much time goes by without anyone mentioning Israel and Palestine. And lo and behold, it took about 2 minutes.
Well, immediately. I mean, I've got the Israeli flag on fire right here.
Yeah, completely. I know. That's
cooked.
You're doing a lot of honor, I would say. Don't get the wrong crowd here. Don't get the hardcore Zios.
They come in.
Having said that,
They come in.
I know they come in. I know. It's like it's like wasps being attracted to a beehive. That's probably it. I just
now, real quick, mechanic. You sound like you're a million miles away from your phone. I could hear you saying something. It's better, but actually the sound is like pretty bad. So I don't know what's going on. But Awoken, if you want to finish what you were saying, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I just want to. I'm not here to defend the current Israeli government, and I never have in these panels. I just want to. I always want to ask though. The person who was talking about the destroying the Nativity Church. It's not just the Nativity Church; it's also the Al-Aqsa Mosque. But I'm going to ask you: don't you think that if Israel wanted to do that, they would have done that many years ago?
They're probably waiting for the right time.
This government here is a completely judo-fascist government. I say it as an Israeli myself, but
Are you familiar with Nurit Peled?
With Nurit Peled?
Yeah.
Nurit Peled. No, I've actually never heard that name before.
Oh my gosh, you're in for a treat.
Really?
She chronicles the development and the history of Israeli school books. So she's a literature historian.
Uh-huh.
She's
good friend of my friend Sami Adwan, who is a colleague of hers, same branch
Yeah.
of teaching and learning, and he's a Palestinian, and he has written quite a bit about the history of Israel, Palestine, and so forth. But Nurit Taled focuses on the Israeli school books and how they have been, constructed
Yeah.
to create the mindset of modern Israelis. Anyways.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, I don't see any difference between these books and what you probably get in madrasas or Islamic schools when it comes to Jews or Christians. But more explicitly, the stuff that comes out of Saudi Arabia, Iran, Qatar. And I mean, yeah, you should take a look at these books as well at one point, because they also being very, very much constructed. And they also, they talk about wiping not just the state of Israel, but wiping all J's of the face of the earth. And yeah, I mean, I don't see a good ending to what's going on, but I do have some hope that when Netanyahu goes, which may be happening quite soon, we might get Bennett, and Naftali Bennett is even more of a right wing than Netanyahu.
Oh, God.
More of an extreme right person. This man was always on the margins of the religious Zionism, but he actually stepped forward, and he's going to have a coalition. He did actually approach the Arab parties, and I have a feeling that if he's going to get elected, he's going to have a strong coalition with the Arab parties. Or Mansour Abbas in this case, and they might just flip around. I don't know if if it's ever going to change so dramatically, but it will somehow bring some fresh air, and will be refreshing to both Israelis and Arabs. And I am not sure about what's going to happen with Gaza.
Well, did you see that Trump said that he could be the prime minister in Israel because of how high his support is? What the fuck?
Yeah, I know, that made me laugh, and actually all Israelis were laughing about it and said, but we thought he was already the prime minister of Israel.
Shit.
And I mean, it's like, because a lot of Israelis do look up to him and all that. I mean, but that's because Netanyahu is not really functioning anymore, really. He's probably not even taking his own decisions anymore. And he's always been surrounded by cronies. And but I don't know. I mean, but the
do you think like the intelligence apparatus of Israel has turned on Netanyahu? Like I don't feel like they have. And for example, like Trump said the other day, let me pull it up here. I had it earlier. He said Benjamin Netanyahu will do whatever I tell him to do, or something like that. Did you see that? Like,
yes.
So what you're saying is kind of news to me. I just kind of looked at Netanyahu as this crazy madman, but there's like an apparatus around him that is similar to, presidents not really having their pull here like that. An operation behind the scenes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's so much conspiracies that's been flying around. And that is post October 7th, because that was like a turning point in everything that has as yet, till now or till that time presented some kind of a stability in the area, or that Israel has got the upper hand. But the conspiracies that came out from the Netanyahu supporters is that the intelligence apparatus were actually basically hiding all the information from Netanyahu in order to overturn his government. And so to make it look like he's guilty. Now, I have a feeling, yeah, I mean, I have a feeling that, I mean, I don't think he's completely responsible, but I think that his own hubris and his own pretentious approach to everything that had to do with dealing with the enemies, right, was a catalyst. And yeah, I don't know if you really follow Israeli politics.
I want to respond to that after. Well, actually,
Yeah,
maybe I'll
that's
respond
fine.
to that now if it posts a maze. But I've always thought that when you hear a lot of these arguments about, well, Israel or our country, led the U.S. into, this conflict. But I always thought it was the other way around. Like, I always thought that, no, you know what? I don't think they could really lead us into anything. I think U.S. had interests in going into these countries under this administration. And I mean, is that an accurate viewpoint?
No, I completely agree, because the people who are now turning against Israel are saying, well, it's always Israel who dragged us into this Middle East conflict and all that, and it's always Israel that were, in AIPAC and all that, were scrounging money and having all these lobbies in the Congress and all that. And yeah, AIPAC is a factor, but at the same time you have a Greek lobby, you have a European lobby, you also have Qatar. And Qatar has actually poured money into the U.S. Israel is actually taking money, but with an agreement to buy some weapons. So that $3.8 billion, which America is giving Israel every year, so to speak, is also with an agreement that they will have to buy weapons from the U.S.
Has Qatar ever spent $32 million on a primary?
They've actually spent about $250 million.
On one primary?
I don't know. I don't know if it's one primary. I know it's an accumulation of big sums of money.
What is the name of this Qatari, pack or what have you? What's the name of it?
Oh, I don't know. It's got some name. I'll have to go back and look for it, but you can actually search it as well. I mean, the Qatari lobby is also pretty much deep into the British government. Most of the real estate in London belongs to Qatari leaders, as well as Iranian from the RAGC as well. They own the property market is, and I'm talking about homes that worth about £20 million and up, belong to Qatari leaders and Iranian leaders as well. I mean, even the son of the new Iranian leader has a portfolio of about £100 million worth of homes in London.
So okay, so I don't care about London. I'm talking about the United States. Tell me a group that operates similar to AIPAC that is for Qatar.
Well, I mean,
because the answer is there is not one, because any lobbyist group from Qatar is actually filed under FARA.
Okay, might be.
Right, and nations that do lobby into the U.S. for things for their country are registered as foreign agents. Right, and AIPAC is not, even though it is doing the bidding of another country. And in this last instance with Massey, they spent $32 million in a primary. It was a record-breaking amount of money for a primary. That's a lot of money. And so, and it's so there's nothing similar to that by any nation.
Well, we can look at China. We can look at China. We can look at Iran. We look at Saudi Arabia. I think yes, every lobby has its own people with their own interests, and they promote their own interests. But I don't think APAC is necessarily the biggest problem. Again, it's it's not just
well, APAC
APAC.
is part of the problem. Yeah, because what it is the last president that wanted them to register as a foreign agency, similar to how like Qatari lobby would do. His brains ended up in the back seat of a moving vehicle. That was the last time it was attempted. And then so they renamed it. They moved some stuff around, and now it's run by people who go and regularly meet with the Israeli government, who then tell them what to lobby for. So, you know what I mean? Like, there's no other country that has something like that in the United States. It just doesn't exist.
I know, but I also, as Hobby here said, I mean, it's you wouldn't think, it's not really likely that a big country like the U.S. with so much strongholds everywhere and so much influence on world politics will be completely tossed around by a small country like Israel. I think, if anything, Israel is the foot in the door for the U.S. in this region, and I think it's always been the case. I think it's a give and take kind of.
Can I get something?
Yeah, can I comment after?
Sure, yeah, jump in there, guys.
I disagree with that. That Israel can kind of lead this country around by the nose, because I think there's a very strong likelihood possibility that is not real. In addition to using the carrot with our leaders, also has the stick, and I think they have compromising. There is a possibility that they have some very compromising material on a lot of our lawmakers, and possibly even the president.
Yeah,
and that is not total wearing my tinfoil hat thing. Israel is notorious for using extortion and blackmail.
Yeah,
for their
like,
games too,
and we now have proof of it.
And extorts them.
Yeah.
So to what extent? And extorts them.
Yeah.
So to what extent that's going on, it's not for us to know, unfortunately.
To the awoken
until
woke, right? The awoken woke. And so I'm going to say something that you may agree and disagree with. So I mean, I do personally agree that APAC is a problem, but I think what I think is closer to the truth, and probably even more malicious, is that I think that the people, I think it's all about wealth building. And I think what the U.S. is doing is the U.S. is using the I country as a satellite country to say, hey, let's go ahead and engage in these conflicts, because these conflicts bring activity, and activity brings financial gain. So whether it's war, whether it's circulation of arms, etc., and they're using that kind of to expand. The U.S. is using that to expand their sphere of influence, and then the I country in return is saying, "Oh, okay, you know what? Well, we get a bit of the cut, but we're also going to, influence, these erections, just to not say the other word, but we're going to do that as a joint venture on the behest of not just the U.S., but certain people in the U.S. that has, whether you want to call them the establishment, but that has those particular goals in mind." Would you agree with that statement?
I mean, you're not entirely wrong. No, you're not entirely wrong. I mean, again, these are, every time I go deep into this, it's like capitalism. It's it's about putting your tinfoil hat and then starting to think in that direction. But I mean, there's obviously some kind of something which is beyond just diplomatic.
Thank you, Hobby.
Just the diplomatic alliance. I mean, I think there's big interest for both countries to keep on maintaining the status quo. But I think when you say satellite country, so you mean is it like what I refer to as a foot in the door, or something like that?
So basically, like, they're kind of doing, like, I don't think we're necessarily doing iCountry's bidding. I actually think it's more of the other way around, but with a select group of people that live in power within the U.S. So I think it's more of a mix of theology versus sphere of influence. How do we prop up the U.S. as a reserve currency? And that's, through the petrodollar. And then how do we keep that circulating? And that's through activity in the form of war.
Yeah, we need to get rid of capitalism. Sorry, guys.
But I mean, isn't it the U.S.?
Well, when Morales tried to do that in their country, the U.S. came in there and fucked their shit up. And now we're continuing to fuck their shit up in Bolivia. It happens everywhere we go. Like, I don't know what it is. I guess it prevents, Israel, for example, from being able to control it as easily. And maybe that's the problem for them. I don't know. Anyway, we got another panelist in here. Let me get to... Oh, democracy had dropped. I'm sorry that I didn't get to that person quickly enough. But Chip, welcome in. Did you want to jump in on this?
Yeah, you guys have switched up a little bit, but hey, thanks for having me up. I just want to address the argument that the Israel lobby versus other foreign influences, because and then talk about who I believe is really behind some of the actions that we see take place as far as who's leading whom and those types of things. But getting back to the Israel issue, as far as foreign governments are concerned, whether you want to paint it as domestic people wanting to foster the relationship with rather than on behalf of Israel, it pretty much it reaches the same goal. It's to influence policymakers to do things that have a net favorable outcome for Israel. And they're very good at it. They're very effective at it. And it's not just within the lobbying entities.
Oh, shit. Thank you, Bunny.
There's a huge tapestry of groups across the spectrum, both political and non-political, even economic groups, that work together with a lot of common interests towards, getting support and policies in favor of Israel, getting people in positions of power that support the same. The recent elections are just another indication of that, of course. And I'm not even sure the election was carried out fairly, but either way, the same outcome. So I think it's a real problem. And it doesn't really matter who the who is. It's just that such a small group of people have such vast disproportionate power. It could it could be Mongolian monks, for Christ's sakes. If they were having the same influence and they're only 0.2% of the global population, a small elite among them was having this net aggregate outcome. I think it's concerning, especially when it's changing the sovereign natures of a country like America, especially. Getting back to the international issues of who controls whom, the way I look at it is differently. I look at it as a cadre of wealthy people who have a set of common interests. And those interests usually converge around things like markets and the way an economy is structured and pathways and shipment lanes for energy and other key resources and the resources themselves. And then they try to create situations that structure favorably to their interests. And so if something is impeding their interest in a country or an area, they try to remove or replace that thing that's impeding them. And so I think when you see a leader like Morales or Chavez or whoever else in Venezuela, Cuba, it's not that they don't like the country or they don't like the leadership. They don't like the fact that it's an impediment to them to exploit the market, labor, resources, et cetera, that they want to change that. And if you look at consistently throughout the conflicts that have taken place, there's always one common denominator. There's some sort of leadership in place that's doing something that benefits someone other than the global capitalist class, or doesn't benefit as much as they'd like. And so as far as the Israel-United States relationship is concerned, they're members of that cadre, especially within finance and other key industries, that have had a long-standing history of working into positions of power to take a small number of people to influence the decision-making of people outside their group who hold positions of power in these key nation states. And this is nothing different. It's just reached a level of absolute insanity. It's so blatant. You culminate it with the buying of media companies by the Ellison family and others. Most of the major media, not to sound cliche, has literally been bought out in the open recently by people who fit this pattern that I'm talking about. And it is what it is. It's unfortunate that we now have the primacy of capital, that we have international institutions like the World Trade Organization, the World Bank, International Finance Corporation, the IMF, all of these things that they use to their benefit that supersede nation-state laws in many cases, where you get sued as a country if you try to protect your environment, for example. It's a sad state of affairs, but the system is set up to reward corruption and greed and bribery, bullying, blackmail, things that most of us wouldn't engage in or even think to do. But for these people, it's just whatever gets the job done, it seems to be fine by them. And they use the treasuries and the military and the political leadership, and even in some cases expend the resources and the people themselves to get their way. We're seeing it right now with data centers, where local communities are going to be terribly exploited, their water systems destroyed, depleted, poisoned, land being seized for eminent domain for both power and the data center constructions. And then, of course, the very network of surveillance with these flock cameras and the way that AI is going to be used, I believe, unfortunately, to control people in society, to digitize currency, geofencing, and all the other punishments that can come with it. It's going to be a digital dystopian future. And this is just another tool in their toolkit that they're going to use to further solidify their base of power, which is going to make it nearly impossible for there to be any form of cohesive rebellion.
Chip, do you think that the local movements that are rising up, I'm sorry, we need to kind of be changing the subject when I ask you this, but the local movements to stop the data centers, do you think they're already having some success, but do you think that's only temporary? It's inevitable, right?
It'll be depending on the location and how loud, how squeaky the wheel gets. Some of them may be prevented temporarily, but I think in mass, regardless of where they get squeezed into, it's like you squeeze a balloon and part of it squeezes elsewhere. They're going to find their way onto the ground because there are enough corrupt people that will take their money and look the other way. It's unfortunately just how our system is. We don't have as many principled people that will have some people won't sell their farms, but most do. And it's really unfortunate, but we're literally letting the very people who are going to squeeze us and put us into digital prison run this roughshod over us right now as we sit by and kind of watch it happen with our jaws down. My opinion, again, I don't say this with any pleasure, but I think it's our duty, not our responsibility, our duty to stop this by any means necessary. And if that means doing things that unfortunately are not on the right side of the law, I think the greater good is served, even though I'd rather we didn't have to. But the traditional political system within which we would reform it ourselves it's made not available to us. We're squeezed out of it by money, by corruption and greed. And therefore, hey, what are you going to say to your kids 20 years from now when they can't go to the store and buy something because you wrote something on the internet that the establishment didn't like? Oh, sorry, our bad.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that even pushing back is going to be all that effective in some places, because there was one location where somebody even shot at a city council member's house 12 times while those protests were going on, and they passed it anyway.
Really?
The data center. Yeah. So, unless something really devastating happens to these people and there's nobody there to vote, I don't know that we'll stop it.
Yeah, getting back to the influence issue, though, to close that, and then I'll pass the mic. In the comments, they're talking about Qatar again. Go through the halls of Congress. I want to see one Qatari flag hanging outside of the office of a senator or United States congressman. Just give me one example, or any foreign government flag other than the blue and white. Give me one.
It's a talking point.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So to make the argument that other entities have even somewhat commensurate influence by spending or otherwise, it's not a plausible argument. It's not backed up by any evidence.
And they have no influence over our country. They have no influence over our education. This is just an obfuscation in order to protect the people that actually have taken over everything, which is Israel.
Well, actually, I have to interject and say that I think they have a big influence on American academia, colleges.
Who?
They're the ones, Qatar and Iran.
Are you from America?
Sorry?
Are you from America?
I'm not from America, but I also follow world news.
And, I live here, and I'm telling you, Qatar has zero influence on universities.
Okay, well, it's not
None.
actually. It's not completely. It's not completely far-fetched that you have so many students who've never learned about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, for example, just after October 7th, have risen up and started creating all these no-zio go zones in American colleges. We've never seen that happening before. This is something that was completely perpetuated.
Wait, what was a no-go zone?
The no-zio go zones, and then blocking all these Israeli academia professors from going into their offices, and
It has
then
nothing
going
to
into
do
the
with Qatar.
campuses.
It has to do with what's right and wrong.
I think it has something to do with Qatar.
Zionism is wrong.
Because it's completely acute. I'm not talking about what Zionism is at the moment. I'm talking about how this all these
they don't allow racism either, Awoken, right?
What's that?
They don't allow racism either.
Yes,
so
but when it
I'm
comes
not really
to,
sure. You're like
allegedly.
You're bringing
allegedly.
up something that has nothing to do with Qatar. We were talking about this notion that you guys are talking about, where somebody is funding schools to teach the Arabic language. And that somehow this small amount of money that gets sent in is somehow means that they're taking over. And don't look over here. Don't look at the the multi millions of dollars and the ownership of colleges, the ownership of media, the ownership of banks, the ownership of the music industry, the ownership of Hollywood by this country. Don't look at that. No. Look, Qatar spent $30 million over several years' time in just a few states. Nonsense.
Yeah, I know, but this is not a new thing, Jews controlling whatever, Hollywood or the music industry is, okay, suddenly there's all this, this awakening about, oh no, the Jews have actually, effed us over and they've been doing this to us and that to us. And they become another target again because it's very
true?
easy. I mean, listen, I'm not going to say...
Is it true?
It's not true.
It's not true.
It's not true that... It's not true that they essentially run and operate our media? You're saying that's not true?
I'm saying that this is not just the Jews. Again, it's not just they're doing this and they're pulling
Do they have an outsized influence based, compared to their percentage of the population in America in those industries? Do they?
Well, maybe not
true?
CNN and not ESPN. Obviously.
They just took CNN. They just took over CNN. What are you talking about? They just bought it.
CNN has always been anti-Israel, never been pro-Israel. ESPN has always been anti-Israel as well. I think ABC as well.
All of that you just said is nonsense.
Maybe Fox News is the only one that is pro-Israel. And then they had Tucker Carlson in Fox News, and he was thrown out of Fox News. And now, he's having his own network.
Are they anti-China?
Sorry?
Should China now come in and have Chinese people buy up these industries because they're anti-China?
They're already buying industries.
Should they? Should they buy it from Jewish people?
I mean, this is a free market.
Is it? Do you think that Israel would allow that?
I don't know if Israel would allow it or not. But whether Israel will have any influence on that is regardless. If we know that the whole wine industry in Normandy is now being taken over by China anyway. For example, we know that the car industries are now taken over by China as well. So this is why you have the BMW and you have Volkswagen closing their factories in Germany because Chinese cars are flooding the markets, and any SUV that used to cost $20,000 is now the same from China, costs $4,000. People will just opt for Chinese cars. And it's happening. I mean,
and yet they don't drag us into wars that they lie about. They don't demand that our soldiers go and die in lieu of an Israeli soldier. They don't ask us for bombs so that they can unalive children in other countries. They don't ask us for monetary assistance so that they can just completely demolish entire countries.
Okay. So the problem is No, I understand, but the problem is Israel, or the problem is Jews all over the world taking over or pulling the strings and
It's a
using
mindset.
that.
Is my problem.
Yeah, but
Jewish is a religion, okay, and I'm an atheist, and so I think all of that is kind of
actually it's
nutty,
an
nutty.
identity.
No, it
not
isn't.
just.
No, it isn't. You can
It's
convert to
it's
Judaism.
a series of customs.
You can
It's a
convert
series
to
of customs.
Judaism. You can convert to Judaism because if it was about identity, people in Palestine would be more accepted because they're the same fucking people.
Well,
Yeah, they're the same people. Yeah, it's the same people, but you don't
Not
accept
really.
them
Not really.
because the ones that are actually controlling this shit now have you can add white supremacy into the fucking mix there.
No. There's
Yeah,
no white
there's a bunch
supremacy
of Europeans.
because most Israelis are 65% of them are Levantine from the Levant countries.
And I wonder. We talked about
and
this. I think it was yesterday. I wondered if because Chip, the history that you've talked about here suggests that kind of what we're seeing has been going on for a long time, even prior to the them coming from Europe, and so they probably at some point were doing this when they were darker people. And so it almost feels like they latched onto white supremacy or European supremacy in order to effectuate this because they saw the successes that was going on in Europe where they were able to dominate the globe. I wonder if that played into the whole, why we see a lot of these people of European descent trying to claim some kind of tie to the land, some lineage, which I don't buy, but...
Hey, listen, I'm an
wonder.
Ashkenazi Jew. I have 7% in me. I've done a DNA test. I've got 7% of me, which is Iraqi. So I can go back, because I can go back to probably Babylonian times as well. And I have Portuguese and German in me as well. So most Jews will probably have some percentage of places where there was strongholds of Jews living there and descending from there as well. And so I don't think it's completely far-fetched to say that anyone who is a white European claims to be a Jew just to sort of be the colonialist, to colonize. And that's again, this is just the sort of perception that Jews don't belong in Israel, or
the
that
ones
they
that are there don't.
They,
And I don't think that's a bad perception. I'm sorry, but let's even assume that there's some lineage there, right? You talk about 7%.
well, I mean, again, if we're talking,
you're talking about 7%, and you
I've
like
got 7% Iraqi.
Well, I've
in
got.
me, and
I guarantee you, I could trace my lineage back to that region at some point because we all came from that area at some point.
You might. Yes. Okay.
That
but then
doesn't grant you
Nordic-
rights. That doesn't grant you rights to that
never
region.
said-
Stop.
I never. Well, but
It doesn't.
At the same time, but at the same time, I also think that Israel or Judea or whatever you want to call it is the ancestral homeland of the Jewish people, whether you like it or not. Whether
No.
Well, but that doesn't mean a political state needs to form around an
That's-
ethnocentric mission.
Yeah.
No,
Jews, Christians, and Muslims have every right to live in the territory. Call it Palestine, call it the Holy Land. Doesn't matter. They were
That's
living
right.
there before the establishment. When you carve out a special set
That's
of
right.
borders and then claim that it's the primacy of one group over the other through ethnicity, that's a problem.
It is a problem. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because even if you go back even just a few hundred years before what you're talking about, just maybe 500 years before that, it came from fucking Iraq and in Egypt, not that area. You guys were foreigners there. Even the claims that you're making, assuming that it's this lineage or whatever. None of that makes any sense. It's like we're only going to go back to our lineage here. We're not going to keep going because I noticed you said you're Iraqi.
I said I'm 7% Iraqi. I've
Iraqi.
never knew that. I never actually knew that until I did a DNA test.
That doesn't give you claim to that land.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if you look at the geopolitical history of the area, yes, I mean in the beginning of the 20th century, there was an intention to bring Jews into Palestine and live together with the Palestinians and or the Arabs who were living there. And actually, in the end, it was just you had the British mandate. I mean, what I'm saying is as well, there was never a sovereign Palestinian entity. There was no government.
Yes.
Every city, there was Jerusalem, that was sovereign city. You had Nablus, that was a sovereign city. There was no government as such. There was no leader. There was no any recorded history of any political movement in Palestine. Because everything was actually governed by families, by certain what we call clans and families who were actually, if you look at the Emirates, that's the same kind of structure. It's families who actually control these countries, and
that's the human default, sir. Those clans, what you're talking about, that is anthropologically every human derives itself from a condition just like that.
Yes,
just what you're talking about right there. Well, because they didn't have a government, which is actually a pretty recent thing, this official government that one might have. That's a pretty modern concept.
Yes, but
that doesn't grant you right to go in and displace people and declare that it's theirs.
You have King David, you have Kingdom of Judah, who was the leader of Jerusalem. Who was the Palestinian leader of what place? There was no.
I find it amazing because there was no state of Israel either.
I know.
Prior to its creation. So you claiming Palestine didn't exist because they didn't have a government. There was no Israeli government there either, sir.
I'm saying that the political
rules for me and not for you. Do you even think about the things that you say?
Yeah, I do think about the things.
Do you understand the contradiction in what you're claiming?
Listen, I'm not going to. As I said, I'm sorry about the Palestinian tragedy. I'm sorry about the Nakba. I'm sorry about everything they had to go through. I do defend Israel's right to exist, and I do claim that this is the ancestral homeland.
Israel has no right to exist. No country has a right to exist.
I appreciate the confetti, but fuck,
no
it's
country
everywhere.
has a right to exist.
Thank you for the confetti, Rigo.
but yet it exists, and it's a fact. It's a fact that it exists.
It doesn't have to. It does not have to, and I will support. I will say, I will. Oh no, it's not too late because you claim there's a right to exist.
7 million? No, but 7 million Jews are not just going just to.
Oh no. See, here's where I'm at. Look, I don't want Jewish people to be unalived. I don't. I think that's a ridiculous notion. But what should happen is that apparently they cannot be trusted with tools of power and control, because they will abuse it. At least that's what we're witnessing. And so I will support a candidate in the United States that will go in and take over that country and do whatever. If you make you all live in fucking together and take over your ability to control, because you claim that you have a right to exist, and you do. But you can exist in that fucking space, or you could leave it.
No.
Yeah, because you're the arbiter of somebody else's, land that their actual lineage from that land, and you guys were like, no, it's ours.
Because in the end, it's not about Israelis living under Palestinian rules, because there is no, as such, Palestinian land. Palestinian country. And at the same time,
there's no Israeli country either.
Well,
I don't recognize it.
Israel.
I don't recognize it. Thank you, Rigo. Yeah, I don't recognize it anymore.
And people don't have to recognize it, but it's a fact.
When somebody abuses something like the internet, if they go on the internet, if in the United States, if somebody goes on the internet and uses the internet to molest children, for example, a judge can say that you are no longer allowed to use that. And so that's what we have to do, because Israel is molesting the world with their ability to control and manipulate things, and it has to end. And the world is going to have to take that away. Not unalive the people. We don't need to do that. Just remove their ability to do anything ever again.
Okay, but
Fact.
isn't it far fetched that Israel is you're saying, you're going back to the protocols of Zion. It's like, it's a group of Jews who control everything. They just sit in this room where they have all these screens around
I don't
them.
think that's what they do.
And and
I
you
don't-
say,
I don't think that's what they do.
But they control everything. They control this and they control that, and they have.
Here's what I know. Here's what I know. Religious people, especially zealots, use their belief in a God to justify behavior, right? I mean, I think both of us can agree on that.
Yeah, but this is not a religious thing.
It is.
This is not a religious thing.
Maybe not for all. It is for some. And I think that's what pushes this forward. And others are going to latch on to that. For example, we were talking about Netanyahu not being so religious. Is somebody, I think Mechanic was talking about that. And that may be the case that some of them are just doing it for personal means. But here's what I know. In the Bible, for that Jews, read and pray to and whatever, it does state that they will forcibly, force all nations to bow before them. And if they don't, they will be destroyed. That's what their religious text says.
Really?
It does say that, yes.
Aren't we
it does say that.
Islam? Aren't we confusing with
No,
Islam?
sir.
I don't want to go into whataboutery.
I've got it right here.
It's concisely written in the Quran.
I've got it right here. But see, look, Islam is not doing to me or to anybody that I can see what Israel is doing to me and to what everybody I can see is happening. But yes, it absolutely says it in the Bible.
Sorry to break it to you, but not yet, probably. Not yet.
Well, and if that were to happen, I guarantee you I'd be railing against that too.
Because if you ask an average Muslim wherever they are, they will say, we are devoted.
We're not talking about
Sharia
Muslims.
law
No. We're not going to do
Ummah.
that. No. You're not going to do that.
No, fine. But I don't think the Judaism isn't a missionary or an expansionist religion as such. And we know no. One country doesn't testify to being an expansion religion. And Zionism is not affiliated with religion anyway. Zionism is an intellectual European movement that was basically made of few people that, just were baptized, Jews who were baptized to blend in and decided that, we need to find us, the Jews, we need to find our home and we need to get back to Zion because we were praying to Zion for 3,000 years, Zion being Jerusalem. And all our scriptures are saying that this is the region, this is where our kings have roamed and lived, and this is where we have coinage, this is where we have complete archaeological monuments.
What does that have to do with anything?
And that's.
Do you rebut the claim?
What does it have? What does it have to do with everything?
Do you rebut the claim that I made that the religious text of Judaism states that all nations will bow before them? Are you rebutting that?
Listen, I'm not a religious person either. Okay, so for me, anything that is written is in these. Yeah, but I'm not Jew. I'm not a Jew. I'm not a religious Jew.
Then I'm not talking about
my
you.
Identity. No, fine. But for me, stuff that is written in the Old Testament, I don't follow that. And some of it, I look at it as complete BS. I mean, for me, that's complete BS. And people who want to think like that, the only fraction of Jews who might think like that are the ones who are now beating the shit out of Palestinians in their villages and trying to pillage their cattle and trying to take over their land and all that.
So they aren't taught that they are owed this. Okay, so it is a biblical thing, not a lineage thing, that says that they deserve that land. And in fact, when you go to the protests, you watch the protests, they don't say because my ancestors were here 3,000 years ago. They said because God promised it to me. They say this.
Yeah.
They say this. So it's a biblical thing for those people who are saying this is our land. And guess what else is in that same?
No, it's not just.
Guess what else is in that same text? That they have a right to, and that they will lord over all nations on earth, and any nation that doesn't bring all of its wealth to this nation, that it will be utterly destroyed. That's what it says in the text. So are you telling me that they believe in the one thing, but they don't believe in the other thing?
I'm telling you that they may see themselves as the chosen people, but this is where it ends. This is where it ends. And I don't see Jews as the chosen people. So they think because they are the chosen people,
then I'm not talking about you.
Everyone else, fine.
Why
but
are you
I'm just
defending
saying,
them?
I'm not defending them. I'm saying that you have to look at most Israelis.
So what are you
who
arguing exactly? I'm confused.
No, I'm arguing. I'm arguing the notion that Israel has no right to exist. That you said it yourself. You said
they
Israel
don't have
has
a
no
right to exist. The U.S. doesn't either.
Sorry?
The U.S. doesn't either.
But the U.S. exists for 300 years.
It doesn't have a right to. There's no inherent right to it. Who grants this right? Who grants the right for Israel to exist? Let me ask you that. Where does this right
in that
come
case,
from?
It was the United Nations. In that case, it was the United Nations.
Okay, but it could be destroyed, right? And in that case, if it was destroyed and taken over by another nation, then that right is gone, right?
Everything
Agreed?
could be destroyed. Everything could be
And
destroyed.
if it's destroyed, would you argue that they still have a right to exist? Because let's keep in mind that they said that they had a right to exist prior to its creation. That's how it was created.
Well, no. I'm not. For me, the religious context doesn't really play a part. But there is a historical context. There is a historical context that we cannot ignore. We cannot ignore. So we have traces of Jewish customs and as I said, coinage, archaeological monoliths. We have Jerusalem. We have Hebrew scriptures that attest to the fact that there was a Jewish presence over there. Now, whether you want to say, okay, you people have pretending to be Jews, or you come from this country and that country and assumed a Jewish identity, that's something that we can probably discuss. But at the same time, there is no doubt that there was a Jewish presence in Judea and Samaria, that most of them were kicked out in the Bar Kokhba revolt in 135, when the Romans and Hadrian, the emperor, the Roman emperor, have decided to kick out the Jews and to insult them by calling the place Syria, Palestina. These are historical facts.
So you acknowledge that Palestine did exist prior to all of this, huh?
I am not acknowledging. I'm acknowledging that it was a made.
You just said that they called it Syria, Palestina.
They called it Syria, Palestina, and also because their ancestry is Philistines. Okay, the Philistines are not from the Arab Peninsula. Okay, and again, and I think if you look at, if you look at if you look at the historical facts in the 20th century, you will see that there was no Palestinian flag as we know it today until 1964. And this was a rip-off of the Jordanian flag, and this was completely politicized by Yasser Arafat and the PLO, and before that with George Habash and the
I'm not sure what you're saying or what your point is, but
No,
let me real quick to anybody in the comments that thinks I'm crazy. I just want to. This is their religious text here. Let me read it for you. It says, this is relating to Israel. Foreigners will rebuild your walls, and their kings will serve you. Though in anger I struck you, in favor I will show you compassion. Your gates will always stand open. They will never be shut day or night, so that people may bring you the wealth of the nations. Their kings led in triumphal procession, for the nation or kingdom that will not serve you will perish. It will be utterly destroyed. This is what these religious zealots believe. And so this whole you're an anti-Semite because you don't like this. If Christians tried to use this to say that they had a right to go around and steal everybody's cows, I wouldn't agree with that either.
Yeah. This is what they do. And can you actually tell me where this passage is from? Because I'm not that.
Oh God, there are so many passages that say
but
essentially this.
Please tell me which one.
That's in Isaiah 60, 15 or something, 60 or 61.
Now I'm going to say something you might not like, but the context. Again, we need context. So taking out all these quotes from the Bible, which has many stories and relations and correlations between events and people.
Are you
we need
familiar
cons-
with that passage that I just read? Are you familiar with it?
I'm actually I'm not familiar with that passage. No.
Okay.
I'm not familiar
So
with
how
that.
are you going to add context?
Because as I said, because the if you look at the Bible as a full document that documents the history of the Jewish people in Canaan and then in the land of Israel, then you have to look at context because it matters. And because when God was choosing all his prophets and he was saying, oh, you will be the one to defeat the Egyptians, you will be the one to defeat the Amaleks, you will be the one this and that, then everybody, I'm going to give you power and everybody's going to bow down to you because I'm God and I'm guiding you. Therefore, you need to have also context.
So you think that Jews currently do not believe that all nations will bow down before them?
Not all Jews, no.
Do you think that some of them are interpreting it that way, though?
As I said, maybe the zealots, probably.
And are they the ones running Israel right now?
No, they're not. They are in the margin. No, they're not. But if they,
so they're just bad. Your argument is that they're just bad people. They're not using it as a. They claim religiosity. They claim that they're Jews. They claim that they're into Judaism, but really they just. It's like when Christians are like, yeah, but that's the Old Testament. We don't listen to that. Yeah, they said it, but we don't believe that. But then everything that we do
exactly how I call them.
Feeds to the same outcome.
I call them Jewish evangelists. The same way that you have these evangelists that actually believe that, the promised land and Jesus will rise up again and we have to support the promised land and it was promised to the Jews and we have to support Jesus and then come back and wait for Jesus. That's the same context, You don't have to be a religious zealot to understand, that there is a historical context that correlates the Jewish people to Judea, Samaria, and Israel.
Thank you, Jesse. So basically what you're saying is that they're just really bad people leading the government in Israel.
Yes,
and it's making everybody look bad.
I also said it.
So can you do more to get rid of them since you're in Israel?
Well, you know what I have to do? I'll have
because they're affecting my life, and I'd rather not.
Yeah, but then again, to what extent?
Please,
again,
can you remove those crazy people and get them to stop going around the world doing what they do?
I am doing that as I speak with you. I am actually, having my own futile arguments with these idiots on social media. But that's not going to help me unless I actually go out there. And as I told you before, I used to be a political activist. I am now not anymore.
Remember.
And the only thing
is there a growing group? Do you think that wants Palestine, for example, to have their own sovereignty and the Palestinians to be treated the same, and for them to remove themselves from West Bank and remove all their surveillance technology and you know what I mean?
Hey, but let's go again to 2005, what we call the Oslo B agreements. They were granted with their own autonomy. That was also in 1993. Gaza became completely sovereign. They had the Fatah, controlling the area. You had the Gush Etzion settlements, 4,000 of them, 4,000 Jews who were removed by Ariel Sharon, the right-wing prime minister who has removed them, and they were granted. These were annexed back to the Palestinians. So in a way, they're not completely controlled and completely abused just by Israel. So we have to also acknowledge, and this is something that you're probably not going to like as well. What Hamas has been doing to them as well in that sense. So. Of course, nobody is going to overthrow Hamas from Israel. Even Netanyahu tried. It's not going to happen. Yeah, and it took a big price of human lives. But at the same time, fighting for their rights to live, fighting for the movement to be free to move wherever they want. Of course, a lot of Israelis are doing that. Not
Fighting
all
for
Israelis.
now, are they doing it by going in and like shooting at and
Yes.
unaliving 14-year-olds that are let out of
Well,
school
they're
and then
doing
coming
that.
in and declaring it their own? Because what I see
No,
is
but they
that the
condemn it.
the
They-
military of Israel will go into an area and allow, you call them settlers, I call them colonizers, to go in and literally steal the homes from people. So it's
Yeah, but there is a difference.
it's- how
Well, because colonizers are going into an area, and they're not from that
Colonizing.
area. They colonizing, and they also, as you said before, they fortify, or they just steal resources back to their own countries. And settlers are there to sort of just make their homes there. So they settle in.
to
So if
take
you
it
want
over.
to take over.
So
Right?
they're colonizing.
So colonial, but colonizers are people who come and go. They're not.
No.
They don't stay. They don't stay.
No.
So therefore,
No.
Australia is also a
Okay,
settler
so
country.
are you telling me that the Europeans that came to the United States were settlers or were they
Yes.
colonizers?
No, they were settlers because they
That's
had an
ridiculous.
intention to stay. Why?
That is ridiculous.
No, but they have settled.
Yeah.
They haven't
Okay,
colonized.
so
Okay, well-
so Congo, settlers or colonizers?
You're talking about the Belgian regime. You're talking about King
Yeah.
Leopold,
Mhm.
colonizer. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they're still there though.
Yeah, well, you have white people in Jamaica. You have white people in South Africa.
Okay. So settlerizer?
Yeah. Probably a mix of
Okay,
the two.
this
The colonizers
semantics
are the
thing,
ones-
this is a Zio thing. What you're doing, this make pretend, make believe, oh, well, it's a settler. No, you're playing with words. That's nonsense. When you go in and you steal something from somebody and you plan to stay, you've colonized it.
You've colonized it, and okay.
Yeah, you're a colonizer.
Yes, but you
Literally
also,
a colonizer.
Yeah, but if we look at the history of colonialism, these people have invaded other countries, they plundered these countries, and then they brought it back. I mean, suffice to see what is in the British Museum. One of the biggest colonizers ever. The British Empire. If you look at the British Museum, nothing there is British. Everything there is being plundered from other countries that they've colonized, so to speak, but they haven't settled. So
okay.
I mean, if this is about semantics.
Okay, so this is Merriam-Webster. We'll just, to put this to bed.
Yeah.
Colonize. To take control of a people or area, especially as an extension of state power, but not exclusively, especially as to claim someone or something as a colony, to migrate to and settle in an inhabited or uninhabited area to establish a colony in. They're colonizers.
Yeah, but a colony is can be also dismembered, in at some point.
So can
because,
settlers. So can settlements.
Yeah. Okay. This is not. Listen, it's not about It's not the sort of really what's the difference.
Is the goal
by
just
hook or by crook?
exasperation? Just exasperate your enemy with just complete bullshit? Is that part of the is that just ingrained in you guys at birth? I don't, because this whole what the fuck is even happening right now? I don't even understand. They're fucking colonizers.
Fine. I'm just telling you the way I think about what I see. This is okay. This is my own opinion about. Forget Merriam-Webster. Forget the ChatGPT. This is my own take on what colonization is and what settlements are. I mean, this is just my own take. I may be wrong. Fine. I maybe it's about semantics and fine. Okay.
And hear me out on this. The reason settler is chosen is because it sounds less bad. Colonization is something that has negative connotations. Settlerization does not. or at least it doesn't have as bad. But they're colonizing. That's what they're taking something from somebody who exists there, and taking it for their own. Like it's it is what it is. Call it what it is. Be proud of it.
I've called it what it is. I've called it what it is. I told you they're just bad people.
I mean, on that we can agree.
Yes,
because
we can
regardless
agree on that.
regardless if whether it's because of religion or just pure shitty personhood, whatever the name
Well,
you
most
want
of them
to.
also happen to be really shitty persons as well.
True.
Most of them happen to be really shitty people.
And see,
I can
look,
tell you that.
he
Because
and
I've been
I
changed
agree
by
on
them.
something. They're shitty people.
Because I've been threatened by them and I've been chased by them as well. When I went to Sheikh Jarrah, for example, and I was, trying to find out and trying to bring back some rights for the East Jerusalem Palestinians who've lost their homes. At the same time, when I went to, one day I went into Hebron, I was in Hebron, and then we saw all these Palestinian kids, and they were standing in the hot sun. Well, there was a shade there that, they could have actually stand under that shade if the soldiers would have let them, but they let them bake in the sun. And actually, I came over and I spoke to some of them and I said, what is your problem having some of these kids? They're just children, let them just stand in the shade. Why are you letting them bake in the sun? First you close up their schools and then you just make them stand there for like 2 hours. Small things like this.
And would you like me to go get?
I'm not sure if Rebecca knew she came up yet. Sorry, go ahead and finish your thought, and then I'll get around the room.
Small things like this that my conscience wouldn't just let me watch and just be open.
And that shit like that is constant, and people don't really report on that because why would you? Just that little shitty little thing that they do just to like fuck with somebody. It's.
Can I read this, liberal? I kind of want to read this about
yes, and forgive me, guys. I know American Woken and I have been going back and forth for a while. My apologies, but let me get to Techno Chip and then bring in the new panelists, Woken. So we'll get back to you. Techno, go ahead, and then after that, I'd like to hear from Chip. If he
all right, I wanted to read this off. I'm not that great. So I just put this in here. I put in how do occupied Palestinians who were victims of the Nakba view the term settlers when used by their Israeli overlords. And it says for Palestinians, especially those who experienced the Nakba in 1948 and their descendants living under Israeli military occupation in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, the term settler, mustawatin, carries an entirely different, deeply painful meaning than compared to how it is used in official Israeli discourse. From the Palestinian perspective, the term is not seen as a benign descriptor for a pioneer or resident. Rather, it is viewed as a linguistic tool that masks a violent, ongoing process of dispossession.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, where did you read that from?
I just put that in. So that's there. Let me see what it's using. It's not giving me the details, but that's in my Gemini. Which is the chat, like Google's Chat GPT. So.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, it is a tool, and it's very commonly used. And Awoken may not realize it because I think that may just be part of how he is. Oh, and thank you for the follow. You know what I mean? Like being raised in that. I have to assume that's what it is. I don't know. But Chip, did you
Israelis see it as a nicer term, like a nicer term. Israelis see it as like, we're pioneers, we're settlers, we're here. It's kind of heroic to them, but Palestinians do not see it that way whatsoever, of course. But yeah, Chip, I'll pass it off to you.
Well, I want to say this, this idea that somebody mentioned it was the current government that's the problem or, whatever. And I agree, they're radical and they're extreme. But some of the policies have been consistent over the decades, regardless of who's in power. And yes, there's a tapestry of different, like every country, it's not a monolith. Not everybody's a conservative. Not everybody's a heartless, cool human being in Israel. But a lot of people there have very strong views that tend to be very similar on certain subjects. So I'll give you an example. In the region, just physically draw the map, how many human beings live in the area. There's about 9 million in Israel and about 5.3 million others that are in the territories over which Israel has general control, whether it's physically by force, electronically, or otherwise. They control the show. So out of that 14 or so million people, only 9 of them have any sort of equal rights under any kind of legal status or framework. The other 5.3 million, about 2.2 live in Gaza. The remainder live in what people refer to differently. I call it the occupied territories. They have no rights. They only have court access through military courts. They don't have any of the same rights. In fact, they just passed a law inside of Israel proper that has an exclusive penalty of death for only one ethnic group, and that's Palestinian Arabs. Now, I don't know any country in the world that has a policy like that where the government or anybody agrees to a separate set of penalties only for one group of people.
Sorry, let me stop you there.
Hold on, no, I didn't
Let
listen.
me
I let
I
you talk
have
for a
lots to
fucking
share
half an hour,
about that
dude.
comment right there.
Step back.
Yeah, well,
Step back. I
okay,
listen forever to you,
And,
so
and
give me
real
a second
and real quick, and yeah, now Chip, I appreciate your patience. So I'm gonna Chip, I'm gonna let Chip finish, and then we've got MBW Whisper haven't spoken yet. Rebecca, you were the last one in, so let me try. That's why I brought up the timer because
I will
we're gonna have to get
patiently
through.
wait
Okay,
to address
Put a
that
pin in it.
statement.
Yeah.
I'm putting a
Let me
pin in the statement that there's no other country that has policies like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There
Go
could be
ahead, Chip.
others, but it's especially egregious when you solo out a supreme punishment for one group only and it doesn't apply to anybody else. But here's my point on the policies of the country over the years. Settling in the West Bank, illegal settlements according to all parties in the world, international law, except for, of course, the Israelis and the diaspora that supports this stuff. It's been consistent from government to government to government. It's never stopped. It's increased, or the pace of which has increased more under certain governments, but it's never stopped. And everybody within Israel has not opposed it. Most Israelis believe, unfortunately, that they're entitled to the land, that they are chosen people, that they're somehow different or special. And therefore, what their government generally does, not that everybody thinks this, but most agree, is legitimate because they're rightfully entitled to be in charge. And I think that's the belief system that underpins the existence of this Zionist movement, that most of us who really don't care who you are, what your religion is, what your background, who gives a shit, they don't like that mindset and belief system that tends to be all pervasive for most of the society.
Absolutely. Well said, Chip. Yeah, appreciate that. Let me go to, I think MBW and Whisper came in at the same time, but MBW, go ahead and I'll reset the timer after.
Well, yeah, I'm just going to piggyback. Chip said it very eloquently that, look, I don't have a problem with anybody, but it's the mindset that one country has that this entitlement has really gotten into their way of life. And it's like, I'm just really sick of funding the entitlement while we over here struggle for just crumbs. And I don't want to do it anymore. It doesn't mean that I won't support you or I don't want to be your friend, but I'm done with it. I'm done. I want those resources back to where it helps us. And that doesn't mean that we can't support you, but that's just my take on it.
You still have 40 more seconds, MBW. My bad. I'll reset it when I get back in there. Go ahead if you wanted to say more.
No, I'm gonna send it out to Whisper.
Okay, thank you. Whisper, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't really have much to say. I just wanted to, because I don't know much about it, but I just also wanted to mention what Chip had mentioned, because I had heard about that there is a death penalty strictly for Palestinians. And yeah, so I wanted to bring that up. And I also just wanted to say, I don't believe you, woke. I don't believe that the majority of Israelis living over in Israel want, good things for Palestinians. I guess I don't know. I've seen a lot of the opposite, and so yeah, I don't
Did I
know.
say the
I
majority?
don't see anything where your citizens are fighting back against what your government is doing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just not
Unfortunately,
seeing that. I hope I am
Hold on,
wrong.
Awoke.
But
sorry,
yeah,
but
I'll give you rebuttal
I
time
don't.
after.
sure.
Keep going,
I
Whisper.
just haven't seen it, and I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that your country is full of really good people that love everyone and want everyone to be treated fairly and equally, and don't feel that they have this that they're better than everybody else because they were chosen by God or something. But I don't know. I have a really hard time believing that with what I have seen lately.
Yep, thank you, Whisper. And Rebecca, before I get to you, I think
Wait, can I?
Awoken
Can I?
wants a
I'm going to
rebuttal.
ask. Can I ask Awoken? Can I go first? Because I think Awoken would like to rebut after what I'm going to just say, because it's related to what she just said.
Okay,
But I'm asking Awoken if that's okay. He can choose.
Well, I'll
Yeah,
give you
go
a full.
ahead.
I'll give you a full timer. That way, you can rebut the other and answer the question too, if you'd like. Because I was just going to do 45 seconds to rebut that.
Could I? Oh, okay.
But yeah, go
I'll
ahead,
leave it up to him.
Rebecca.
Okay. So I'm going to just put a trigger warning out there, because apparently in this current state that I am in, and just speaking bluntly and truthfully, it's causing a lot of people to have feelings. So I'm just going to ask that everyone on the panel just mute up, because you might have some feelings, and none of this is personal. That's my warning. I think it is absolutely insane that American citizens are complaining about the mindset of Israelis, when literally that has been the American mindset since the beginning of this country. Because Israel are colonists, and colonists that come into another country and decide it's theirs for whatever reason, justified or not, treat the people that were there before them horribly. We did that in the United States with the indigenous peoples. We did it with other immigrants that came to the United States for the exact same reason that the original colonists did. We used Manifest Destiny in the 1830s, which was a government-sponsored propaganda program from James Polk, to say we as Christians, which even though we all weren't, deserve this land and therefore it's ours for the taking. We are Israel, folks. And it is hypocritical, it's hypocritical to be standing up here and saying that we as Americans can't imagine that a country would do this. We literally did this. We lynched people in trees. We separated people, Chinese, Japanese. We put them in internment camps. We were Germany.
That's true.
African Americans, we have done the atrocities that we are now also shocked that Israel is doing. And the fact that we're financing it is because we are them. They are one and the same. They took our playbook and have been implementing it since the 1950s. And if any of this stirs a lot of feelings for you, I am happy to give you some resources for you to go learn the actual fucking country's history, so you don't come up here on panels and say things that are so outrageous.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
I'm done.
Yeah, everything you said is not untrue. It is a, and I wonder
Chip dropped down because he knows that I will come at him full steam. Come back up, friend, and say it with a full chest, 10 toes down, on a panel with me. He left so he can go in the comments, because this is what Chip does. Chip doesn't like it when a woman tells him this is how it is and goes 10 toes with him. So Chip, come on up, be a man, 10 toes, full chest, and let's have a conversation.
Getting called out there.
100%, because this is the bullshit that he does, because he doesn't know how to handle truth.
I mean, it is true, and it's like, I wonder if it's just a shared mindset of just supremacy, because the parallels of what happened here and what is happening currently in Gaza, and I mean, arguably around the world with Israel, I mean, it really is kind of a fucking carbon copy.
It's supremacy. It's the same. It is one and the same. We are Israel. Israel is us.
Yep, absolutely. Now let me get to Awoken, since there was that and the other. I'm going to give you a full 90-second timer. Go ahead.
Chips in the request box.
Yeah, I'm about to do that. Go ahead, Awoken.
I don't know what part of what I said Rebecca actually heard, but
Oh,
I
I
don't.
heard that. I agree with you. I believe that the Israeli people are separate than the government. And that the
Okay.
government right now, we're doing a really good job with propaganda to make all of us believe that the Israelis who are there on the grounds want all of this. Just like here in the United States, President Trump represents all of us, correct? He represents
Yeah.
all of our interests, and I absolutely endorse everything that that motherfucker does. No, it's the
Oh, okay.
same. The government
No,
are separate from
yeah.
people.
So
That's true.
I've been
Right, but this showed it,
I know
Rebecca.
what I can.
Well, Woken,
Okay,
I
let me
paused
just
your timer. I'm
give
gonna
me a
add
minute.
I'm gonna add like 10 seconds to it. So go ahead. And guys, he has a minute and 20. So go ahead, man.
I'm going to talk historical facts that you might probably, wouldn't like to hear, but there was a partition plan, there was the appeal committee, there was the White Book in 1917, the Balfour Declaration. So the Jews who were actually starting to arrive to Palestine have started negotiations and do it on the basis of basically establishing their home again in their land. This is the narrative. Now, what happened through that is that the Arabs never wanted any Jews in Israel anyway. And in the end, what happened was that in 1948, when the British mandate left, they made a partition plan, and then they divided the country. The Arabs didn't want the Jews there. The Arabs then started their wars, and in the end, they lost, and that's what happened. But not all Israelis think that Palestinians are monsters or that they are subhumans. And I acknowledge the Palestinian tragedy. I've never actually denied it. This is what I have to say.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
Did I
Let me
have
get
a
to.
turn again?
I'm sorry. Who was that?
That was me. I asked if I could have a turn again.
Sure. Now, a lot was said at Chip. I want to give him a chance to respond. Chip, are you good with that? Let Whisper.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, Whisper. Go ahead.
Well, a couple of things foundationally.
Yeah.
First of all, I have no animus towards
Oh,
men
I'm sorry.
or
I
women.
thought he said Whisper.
No, I did, but that's funny. If you're good with Chip going, I don't care either way. Let's
I would
figure
be
this
really
out.
quick.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll go with
I promise.
Okay. Go ahead, Whisper. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I agree with Rebecca with everything she said about the United States and, the sarcastic comments about agreeing with Trump and him representing us and all of that. I agree with that completely. And that was why I would say that I would like to see something from the Israeli people, that they're like standing up to their government, that they're like fighting against it. Because I see that here in the United States, but I'm also here in the United States to see that. Like I had said before, maybe I'm just not seeing it. But yeah, I definitely get what you were saying and agree with you on that 100%. I hate our history. We need to fix it. We need to give it back to the indigenous people.
Oh yeah.
I'm good with that. Where's my I want that mule. Just kidding. Go ahead, Chip.
That mule wasn't for you. That wasn't the deal. Go back to your original contracts and ask for what they promised you.
Yeah.
That
Go ahead,
mule is
Chip.
not yours.
I'm being sarcastic.
I know you are.
I want to address what Rebecca said because I think she raises some really important points. As far as being consistent, she's 100% right. What happened historically in the United States, and the word "we" is a very all-encompassing term. I don't consider myself to be the same type of person that maybe our ancestors were. We're talking 12, 14 generations ago. Unfortunately, historically, right now, we're at a time. I was born in 1967. I was not involved in any of what happened to dispossess the natives of the land. I wish I was alive at the time so I could have had an impact on it. I don't think I would have probably had much. But this is the same practice that most wealthy Westerners tend to practice. It's exploitative behavior. And part of that exploitative behavior when people came from Europe to the North American continent was to exploit the natives. And it's tragic the way it goes down. It still goes on in this day in places in Africa and elsewhere. And I wish there was something that could flip the gene in the minds of certain people to stop them from being exploitative. The reason I speak to it the way I do vis-a-vis Israel is because I cannot say anything about what has happened. I can't change what has happened historically in the United States. Was it wrong? Was it immoral? 100%. If I could change it, I would. I don't know what we can do to remedy it, but what I would say is this: it's happening in real time during my lifetime right now in Palestine and elsewhere. And so I'm trying to speak to it in a principled way. The world is never going to be perfect. There is no utopia. But to say that it's inconsistent to criticize it simply because I happen to come from the same heritage and I'm a male, I don't know what the male-female part has to do with any of it.
Well,
But
can I
agree-
respond to you? Because I'm hearing what you're saying, and I appreciate that. This is the first time that you've ever said Rebecca's 100% correct, so I also appreciate that. But I'm going to push back on you a little bit, okay? I recognize you were born in 1967. I was born in 1980, okay? We have both been living in modern times, correct?
Obviously.
Okay, so the fact that we're both living within modern times, have you seen injustice happening in the United States in your lifetime?
Of course.
What have you done to change injustice?
Well, I think we all have a limited space within which we can operate, and we can always criticize anybody for not quote
No,
doing more.
I don't want to know. I don't want
I'll answer you
I just want
directly,
to know what
but
your actions
I'll
are.
answer you directly if you allow me the opportunity. Because you're making a lot of assumptions, by the way.
I'm actually not making any assumptions.
You're making a lot of assumptions.
Directly.
You're making assumptions and criticizing before even knowing what I've done or not done. So let me tell you what
I actually didn't. I said, what have you done?
Let me tell you what I have done. Okay. For
Correct.
26 years of my life, I was someone who owned property in Baltimore City. It's a very impoverished part of town. And I've had various tenants that have struggled to get through their lives. Most of them had Section 8 vouchers. A lot of times they couldn't pay the rent. I have forgiven tens of thousands of dollars of rent to tenants that struggled and couldn't get by. No other landlord, by the way, in the history of their lives ever did anything like that to help them out. So in the small way I could, person to person, I've also helped a lot of homeless people. Every single Thanksgiving and every single Christmas of my entire adult life, I go down to soup kitchens in Baltimore City and I go out and help feed homeless people. Now, I'm not some virtuous guy, but you've asked me what I've done to help people. I try to do what I can in my sphere of influence. I've not changed major policies. I've not changed some of the systemic racism that occurs in this country, but I don't know how to do that or how I can or with whom I can work with to do that. If I did, I would like to be more involved in it. So what do you have to
I
say?
appreciate you answering the question. And now I'm going to push back on that a little bit more. Number one, you are not the only landlord in the course of history who's forgiven thousands of dollars in
I didn't say I was.
You literally just said you were.
I said other landlords that they've had in the past never did that. That's what I said.
Okay, then maybe I misheard you because it sounded like I have never, like no other landlord has done that.
I didn't say that. Replay what I said.
I understand. Like I stand corrected, which is why I asked the question.
Why are you being so nitpicky? What's going
I'm
on
not
with you?
being nitpicky. I'm asking questions. I'm not being combative because I'm speaking from strength. I need you to recognize that like I'm asking questions on purpose. The second question I'm going to ask you, honestly, can you say that you've done everything within your ability to push back on a system that has allowed you, as your identity is and what you portray, to succeed in ways that's more difficult for others? Have you done everything within your ability?
I certainly can. I could suspend my entire life's activity, including sleep, and 24/7 focus on whatever particular issue within this framework you're referring to. Like most people, I don't dedicate 100% of my time. So obviously there's other things I could have done.
We can talk about hyperbolic, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, have you done to the best of your ability?
Well, the answer is there's probably more any of us could do, including yourself. Everybody.
Correct. So I'm not sitting here saying that I'm the best person in the whole wide world. However, what I am pushing back against with you, Chip, because you and I have paneled for almost a year. And I took about 6 months off because I needed to do better and I needed to learn and I needed to come back at this from a different point of view, a lot of because of conversations that you and I have had. So here's what I will say to you. What I have learned when I took time away to go educate myself further and learn how to be able to move the needle is accountability means that everybody can do the best that they can with the tools that they have and their toolbox can always get bigger. And so I would encourage you to do the best that you can with the tools that you have. And every single time I have paneled with you, every single time, you have decided to go against women in ways that are different than the way in which you talk to liberal.
What?
And so what I am telling you as just a reconciliation is I hope that you think about that and just take some time and recognize that you don't come at liberal and call him combative. You don't come at liberal and call him nitpicky when he asks you direct
That's how you're coming
questions.
across, though. I'm not
Hold
doing
on.
it, but
I
that's
need
how
you
you're
to
coming
shut
across.
up.
That's how you're coming
Shut up.
across, Rebecca. I'm
No,
just
I
telling
need you
how
to
it is.
shut up. I'm coming across that way because I'm a woman. I'm
No.
coming across that way because you accept that from other men on this panel, but you don't from women. So I want you to just listen and be
Nothing
quiet.
to do with that. It's
You don't
nothing to
have
do
to
with
agree.
that.
No.
Chip, I want to back her up on this because she's telling the truth. Listen to her. Try to listen.
I'm not going to take a tongue lashing from somebody. I'm reacting to her
Correct. I'm
behavior,
not going to take a tongue lashing from a woman because I have a problem with it.
Not your
and that is
gender. I don't
something
care
that
about
you
your
need to
gender. I don't care
reconcile
about your
with,
gender.
Chip.
Your gender doesn't matter.
You need to reconcile with that because you show up differently when a woman is saying something
That's
when
bullshit.
it's not even related to you.
That's
and
bullshit.
You show up differently when liberal is saying something.
That's
and I've
bullshit.
I've heard liberal push back at you. I've heard other people, other men on panels push back at you, and you don't come at them the same way that you come at women. And you have called me aggressive. You've called me combative. You've told me that, and when I do win an argument with you, you then use
Not
hyperbole.
about winning or losing.
No, Chip, I'm telling you my experience, and you can just listen, and you don't have to agree with me. But you're not going to change my mind.
That's
because
okay.
I
Think what you
know, because
want.
I've had a year of experiences with you. One whole year.
Think what you want. That's your opinion. Good for you. That's it. What next?
It is my opinion, and thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm sharing it so that you can go grow and do better.
Thanks for your encouragement.
You're welcome.
Okay. Let me
back to you, liberal.
pull back. Okay. I like both of you. I'm not gonna, I feel like we can all work it out. We're adults here,
I
so
don't have any experience with him. I don't know if I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything because I don't know you. But I do hear you calling her combative and things. I haven't heard liberal push back at you. This is my first experience with you, so I probably should not have said that. But it is just that I went back in my mind and I just realized I was thinking of the conversation that liberal was having with woke, not with you, Chip. So I do apologize for that. But please do think about that because as a woman, that does happen. Like, men are able to take things from other men telling them things and pushing back at them, and they see it in one way, but when a woman says it to them, then they take it a different way. And maybe just try, if that might be happening, try to keep an open mind. I don't know. That's all I wanted to say. Is I apologize for jumping in there and saying something that I shouldn't have.
Sure. Now, and I can't speak to any history that, Chip and Rebecca have. I, haven't seen those interactions before. I didn't
liberal,
feel
they've
like,
been on your panel. I've only engaged with him on your panel, with me and Chip.
Well,
They've only been on your panel.
God,
It's been a while.
Right. Yeah.
It's been a while.
So I don't.
But what I usually
my
say about
memory
Chip
is
is
not,
he talks out of both sides of his mouth because he's saying in the comments, and we'll call up his words. I respect everyone what they has to say. She has a right to her own opinion. And then just before that, he says, "This is absurd," in all caps. I don't know why she's being so confrontational. Those two statements are in opposition of yourself, Chip. You like to present yourself as one way, and then you show who you really are in others.
But it's not right to your opinion, but you are coming across very aggressive and confrontational. They can be the same.
No, I'm coming across with strength, and when women do it, it's aggressive and confrontational. But when men do it, they are strong.
Just ask the audience. Ask the audience if they suspect you're just being strong or if you're being confrontational. Ask the audience.
I'm going to ask liberal because I know liberal and liberal knows me. Liberal, am I being confrontational or am I being strong and passionate?
I think both can be true, right? I think that I believe that you feel the way that you feel. Absolutely. I personally, I don't remember the history that you two have. Like, I don't know of the panels.
Either.
So
I know he's one of the reasons that I actually stopped coming on your lives. Like, Chip was one of them. Chief was one of them. Because the way in which Chief and Chip and
Chief was,
what's his bucket from Florida? I forget his name. The one that would crash out all the time.
Joey.
All three of them showed up differently when I would talk about something, and was speaking from a place of knowledge. It's like, and Liberal, you can back me on here. I don't come up here and speak out of pocket. And there are many times that if I have said something and someone has presented me information that has changed my perspective, I own up to that. And I say, thank you for like expanding my opinion
That is
on
true.
this.
I mean, I've seen you do it, but as far as this situation goes, I didn't, I was confused what was going on. I feel like Chip was probably confused, and that's probably why he said it's absurd, because I imagine if it was me, I'd be racking my brain like, what did I say to her? I don't, you know what I mean?
It was, I apologize that it was 8 months ago, but Chip, your actions on this app required me to step away because this became unhealthy for me to participate in.
That's a you thing.
The disrespect that I was receiving on this app, and basically being told that because I was a woman, my opinion or my perspective or my experience didn't matter as much as the men on this app.
Did
And
somebody say
part
that
of
to you, or
story.
did you presume that, or did somebody say that to you?
It would suck. It would suck to feel that way.
Yeah. Chip, let's just say like
It
your
sucks to feel that
actions
way.
contributed to me feeling that way.
Well, it's certainly not my intent, and I don't think there's any difference in terms of one's value or opinion between a male or a female.
I hope that you can stand by those words in your actions moving forward.
Of course, absolutely. But if I said something that was offensive to you, I do apologize. I don't usually go out of my way to try to offend somebody. I try to go on the merits of the conversation only.
Well, then I look forward to you and I having a different path moving forward.
Yeah, that'd be great. I look forward to it.
Yeah,
Can I say something?
Well, hold on. Hey,
Dangerfield.
Danger.
Hi, Danger. I've missed
I
you.
just
You
wanted
were
to mention
lovely.
something I thought
I know,
about
right?
as a married man.
Yeah,
As a married
go
man, I
ahead,
just
man.
want to say a lot of times we men do things that we don't even freaking realize that we're doing, and it's not
That's
an
true.
excuse. It is totally inexcusable that the way that we treat women and the women in our lives and the women that we run into, it is inexcusable that we treat them with like as if they have less knowledge, less standing.
Yeah, just
we
look
don't
at
even
Danny in
realize
the
we're
comments
doing
right
it,
now,
you know what I
calling
mean?
me a dumb, delusional hoe because I am pushing back against men. I
And-
appreciate that,
and
Danny.
can't
I will
spell
be a dumb,
delusional.
delusional hoe with your illiteracy. I'm going to make that into a T-shirt. Thank you, badge of honor. Can you, Liberal? Can you make me a dumb, delusional hoe like sticker?
Sticker. I'm gonna
I
have
want
to
a
work
sticker,
on that.
please and thank you.
Rebecca actually does have a sticker. It should still be in there.
I
had
do.
To,
It's still
had
in there.
to-
I used
yeah.
it. I was
I
like,
had
it's
to
like I have something to
transition.
say.
Once
I
they
have
did the
something to
super
say.
fans, apparently at some point they cut them off so that where the super fans couldn't use it or didn't have access to it. So I had to move them all over. I had to download them and then put them back over. I'm not sure if I got them all, but either way, look, I've always appreciated Chip's thoughts, especially on this topic. His wealth of knowledge is very broad.
Chip has great
and-
things to contribute.
Yeah,
That was never the thing.
absolutely.
And everybody in the comments are like, this is beef from 8 months ago. The short answer is it's not beef from 8 months ago. It's the fact that I was incredibly active on TikTok 8 months ago when I was wanting to run for Congress. And the amount of times that I was beaten down by men on this app across the board, on liberals panels, on other people's panels. I had people tell me that I deserved to be raped. I had people tell me that like my opinion doesn't matter, or my favorite, just it's coming back up here, call me a hoe, call me a slut, call me whatever. Because men in this country dehumanize women so that they keep the power structure moving forward. And so when we're going to talk about Israel and we're going to talk about the outrage that we're seeing in Israel versus Palestine, maybe we center the conversation back to the United States, and we center how we as a society in the United States allow our government and society to continue to cause harm to marginalized communities. That's all I'm trying to say. And I had to walk away, learn more to be able to come back and say that without anger. Because it was so dehumanizing what was happening to me on this app, because I'm an educated woman that has the balls to speak out, who will hold men accountable. And instead, men predominantly, felt the need to dehumanize me in really awful, terrible ways. I had people saying that they were going to dox me and show up at my doorstep and grate me and show me who's boss. And I appreciate the reason why I come back to liberals panel and not other people's is because liberal check that behavior every single time. And so I'm just asking all the men on this panel, are you checking that behavior? Because it happens all the goddamn time.
And to anybody in the comments that I do remember, because coming into TikTok, like, you would hear these things, what Rebecca's talking about, right? You'd hear them and you'd be like, well, I don't see it or whatever. But as a host, I have watched, and not Chip. I'm not sure I remember any particular instance with Chip, but I've seen men do that shit, and it you start seeing a pattern of it, and it's like, what the fuck is going on here? And it is weird, and so, in those instances, dudes really need to like double check themselves whenever they're like coming at somebody. And to Techno's point, a lot of it may not even be intended that way, but it does come across that way, and I've seen it myself, and it's weird. Just like with the racism stuff. Thank you for the follow. I've fucking seen the weirdest kind of like supremacist type shit on this app as a host, because I know you guys come in here, and some of you may come in here a lot. I'm here every day, and I see a bunch of people come through, and you do see this behavior. So what Rebecca is saying isn't coming out of nowhere, right? And having that has to be frustrating as fuck.
Well, and it's
right?
not also it's not coming out of anger anymore. When I was angry about it, it was 8 months ago, and I stepped away because I don't like to talk to anybody out of anger. I 100% will speak out of passion. I'll 100% speak out of strength. But like when people are saying that to you over and over and over again, and again, like, men are unaware sometimes of the invisible burden that women just exist in. You don't see how when we sit in meetings, we offer a suggestion or solution and it's dismissed, and then some mediocre man regurgitates it 30 minutes later and everyone now endorses it. They don't see the fact that happens on a common all the time.
Yep.
All the time. And like, so we carry this burden thing. We before I step into a room, I have to think, okay, I need to listen first. I need to not raise my hand. I need to offer things as suggestions. Or does that make sense?
Yes.
I have to soften myself because of the men in the room.
Yeah.
And on this app in particular, because people aren't in the room with you, they can say the most awful, horrible, demonizing things to you in person, in real life, in the panel, in the comments. And then the worst were the DMs that I received. Horrific, graping scenes of men doing horrible things to women that they felt that they needed to put in my inbox to shut me up, just because I wanted to do some good in the world and say, we can't continue to treat each other like this. And I don't need to put my lifestyle doesn't allow me to have a consistent panel like Liberal does. That's because I'm a mom and I have a full-time job. But I like going into spaces like this where the host protects the people who are there and will stand up to bullying and will check other people when they need to be heard. But if we want to really just take a look at what's wrong with the United States, look at TikTok, because this is just a microcosm. This is literally what's wrong with the United States, is that we as a society get fulfilled by treating other people like shit. And maybe we should just focus more on what are the key issues instead of fighting about Republicans versus Democrats. Let's just talk about the issues. And let's own up to our own shit on what we have done and what we haven't done. And just try to do better. Be kind and do better. That's my campaign slogan, guys. Be kind and do better.
I like it. Yeah, and to that, there are weird things that you see that you, unless you're in a space like this where you can kind of see a bunch of these things happening constantly, you don't really pick up on those patterns because you won't necessarily see it all the time. But when somebody their lived experience is that, and they see it more often even probably than me, then that becomes that shit would bug the fuck out of me. That would irritate the absolute piss out of me. So, and probably cause me to be angry. And then if you respond in anger, of course, now you're the problem. You're the one causing all the problems, right? Somebody hit you in the store and you're like, motherfucker. Now everybody's looking at you like you did something wrong, right? And they won't realize, well, this guy jabbed him in the back with a knife and now he's bleeding down his leg or something, It's crazy.
Well, and I love the fact that this guy, Danny's like, I want to hear what good she does in the world. Danny, first off, you're a red pill man. You already dehumanized me and called me a delusional hoe. I don't have to tell you shit, dude. You don't own me and I don't owe you anything. So I do good in the world. And I'm happy to share that on this panel as it makes sense. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, please, Danny, stop talking in all caps and stop calling me a hoe because I'm a good person. Fuck you, dude. Go away.
Did he call you a hoe?
Good answer, Rebecca.
He called me a delusional hoe. In all caps.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I went back. Yeah, I see it. Wow. Yeah, here, I'll fix that. Here, we'll just...
And it's not negative energy, Chip. I really want you to recognize it's truth telling. And there's truth that's difficult to take. And then there's truth that's happy, fun, and loving. And this is spoken from a place of love. I literally want our country that I love so much to be better. Like, be kind and do better in your community, in your family, on TikTok. This isn't negative. This is just truth.
Yeah.
And she's not saying that this is about all men. Not once has she said that this is about all men. So whoever this loser 5 is needs to stop with that dumbass crap.
Yeah, and literally the reason why that's and what cracks me up about men on this app, and I'm not trying to make this versus men versus women, but what is funny to me is that the all men versus no men, it has gotten a very big emotional response, and that was the purpose of it, y'all. Like, it was literally meant to enrage people so we could actually have a conversation, because no one wants to have a conversation about the fact that still to this day, women are not equal in law in the United States. That the Equal Rights Amendment still isn't been passed, and it's been sitting at the state's doors for almost 40 years. No one wants to have that conversation. So women have to take a play from your book and say something so atrocious to actually open the door to those conversations. So it's really effective marketing. Nobody actually believes that all men are terrible. I don't. I'm married to a wonderful, lovingly, sometimes is kind of an autistic asshole man, but he's amazing. He's such a good dad and he's such a good partner. My ex-husband is a narcissistic asshole who's abandoning his kid right now. There are two sides of a coin. Just do better and be kind. And men have the power, because nothing is going to change in society until men actually start checking other men. Because the people who are being assholes to women will continue to be assholes to women. A strong woman isn't going to get them to change their mind, but a man will.
Okay.
Their peer will.
Now, we were, I think the point has been made. I think,
All right, back to regular programming. Israel versus Palestine.
Right. No, thank you. Appreciate that. Now, I'm not even sure exactly where we were on this. Woken left, so, he was kind of the opposition here. But Chip, I think, was the last one that made a point about...
Danger did want to say something.
Oh, yeah. Danger. Please.
Yeah, real quick, I wanted to say one thing. People, intellectual people like Rebecca and Chip, Rebecca comes off as being intellectual. She's very smart. So is Chip. But I don't think Chip realizes that he's coming off as being a male intellectual instead of just being an intellectual. I love listening to Chip all the time. I love listening to you. I usually sit down in the cheap seats. But, that's the other reason why we don't have a female president. It's this misogyny that we don't even realize we're telegraphing. And we're putting it out there, and then you realize afterwards, hey, you know what? I said that, but I shouldn't have said that. And Chip, I think, is a really smart man and knows what he's talking about. He knows his shit. And it's just a matter of fact that he's a guy, and guys tend to be somewhat misogynistic. It's something we're brought up with.
Well, for the sake of positive change, can I just ask this one question? I'm sincere about this. Can you give an example of where the conversation is tilted towards masculine, feminine, or misogynist type of a way of doing things so I can understand what you're referring to?
No, you know what? It wasn't a matter of what you said, but how you said it. and it turns out, you tended to blur that line a little bit.
Can you be
The
specific
line,
in
that we're not supposed to cross.
in what way though,
And
so I can
I've noticed
understand
that
what
in
you're?
a lot of your responses,
In what way though, so
that
I can
it comes
understand?
up with like, hey, I know the answer to this, and guess what? Us males know the answer to this, but women don't. Oh, yes, they do.
When did I
We
say
just
that?
won't elect them as president
Did
because you
Chip
know
say
what?
that?
I've never said something like that in my whole life.
No, of course not.
So
I'm just
I am
saying it's the way
also.
you come across.
That danger
so?
just hit it. It's the way in which Chip delivers information to women, and that when he has a disagreement with women, and Chip, this is just the reason why I left the app.
But he wasn't
is that-
talking to women. He was talking to
Hold
everybody.
on. He was talking to everybody. And when I started to speak, he went down off the panel in the comments and said, I have a problem with the word we. And I have this and I have that.
I had to take a
And
phone call.
Hold on,
That's
hold
why I
on,
got
Chip.
down.
Hold on, Chip. Thank you for the context. Because again, you used to do this before. I would get on the panel and you literally would say, like, I'm out. Not your words, because that's something I would say, but like you would say, I'm going to get off the panel, because you often felt that I was aggressive. You often said I was confrontational just because I disagreed with you,
No, it's
or
not
I
about
had
that.
different evidence to share.
It's not about
And
that.
what I'm pointing out to you is that you don't do that to your male counterparts.
It's your style that I find hard to counter. Not that I don't. The content of your conversation, I'm perfectly willing to listen to because I think it has validity, and I'd like to learn from it. As I just asked the other guy, but if I can't understand what someone's conveying, I can't then make changes based upon that misunderstanding.
I understand, but Chip, I also very often on this app, and again, I can ask Liberal and Danger who know me, know that I present information in a fairly articulate way. I'm not somebody who rambles. I have ADHD, so I try really hard to keep my points succinct because I could platform forever, and sometimes I need a reminder to land my plane. But I speak very succinctly. And you often have said that that's confrontational because I disagreed with you. There was no anger. Today I came up here a little bit heated, but it wasn't out of anger. It was out of passion.
Well, let me be very specific because I'm not getting specific feedback. Let me give very specific feedback. This is my impression. I can't speak for anybody else, but I think others probably would agree with this. The way in which you entered the space today is to address the issues you wanted to address was very aggressive and I think unnecessarily. So, for example, when I heard the other guy speaking a moment ago, here's how I phrased it. I said the argument that such and such is making, I think, is not supported by the evidence. Therefore, it's hard to agree with that argument. I didn't say so-and-so you're dumb or so-and-so you're an idiot or what have you done for the world to make it better or any things like that, because that's a personal challenge. And since
You've never done that.
And
Chip.
since you entered the live space, just so you know, you've made this a lot about you and your feelings and what you believe is your truth, which is fine.
Thank you. No, and Chip, right here, your behavior right here is what I'm talking about. So you just said, I'm sure everyone will agree with me.
You got to have it both ways, though.
And the energy that you brought into this space was X. I never called anyone dumb. What I did say is I find it challenging when we as Americans are saying that what Israel is doing is so bad, and how could we believe that a country would do this and put policies in place that cause harm to certain subsects when we are the United States, we are Israel, because we did that. Israel learned how to do this from our playbook. That's what I said. I didn't dehumanize anyone.
I said I agree with you. If you listen to what I said, you were condemning my point of view before I even agreed with you.
Chip, what you just said 2 seconds ago was that I came up here with aggressive energy, called people stupid, which I didn't. Called people stupid, which I didn't.
I didn't say that.
And again, you do this. Then when you're presented with your own words back, which Liberal has copies of, and I
didn't say you're
tape,
stupid.
Liberal.
I didn't say you're stupid.
Oh my God. You didn't say I was stupid. You said that I came in with aggressive energy and was calling people stupid, and therefore my approach
I didn't say that.
can't be heard.
I didn't say you called me stupid.
Okay.
So what happened? We were talking about Israel and all that stuff, and you came up to make a point, a very valid point, in fact, about how America was formed in much the same way as what we're seeing in Israel, and you said that it's hypocritical of us to criticize them because we were formed much in the same way, and then that kind of segued into, I guess
You
the
would not be
problems
saying that any man who said that was aggressive.
I'm
sorry. I'm sorry.
I was so is that misandrist?
No, liberal. What she's saying is she's sitting
No,
here.
no, no. She said it in the middle of my sentence.
She did,
not,
but this is.
but
I
what?
want to illuminate
I'm
what the
so
women
sorry.
are
I
holding
didn't
on.
know that you were talking. I thought it was somebody else talking. I'm sorry. I thought it was Chip
You
talking.
shouldn't be
I'm so sorry.
interrupting people anyway.
What we're just trying to say, liberal, is that we're holding on to an emotional reaction.
Calling her aggressive.
Well, I was
sorry.
I was recapping what happened from
I'm
my
sorry. I
perspective.
didn't understand that. I didn't understand that. I'm sorry.
That you shouldn't interrupt.
No, liberal. It's not that she can't interrupt. It's the fact that when again Chip is saying I didn't say that and you're aggressive. I didn't say that and you're aggressive. That has been the consistent talking point. Your energy is negative. It's not negative. It's truth telling. And every single time he reframes it in a different narrative that makes him comfortable, which is fine. That's his choice. And so what we're saying is that when a man does that to another woman and you are a woman, you're sitting on the panel, it brings up big feelings because it's like, that's not true. Like you're retelling it in a narrative that makes you comfortable. Not saying you did, liberal. And so then you have this emotion and then you just you're like, no, that's not true. And you say that out loud sometimes and it's interrupting and it's rude and we shouldn't do that. And she apologized, but that's the burden that women carry.
Wait, that they interrupt and then I say that they interrupted is the burden that women carry?
No, the burden is that Chip reframed the narrative multiple times. Rebecca, you're aggressive. Rebecca, you came in here with negative energy. Rebecca, you said this, and then I said, I never said that. And you're like, well, I never said you said that. I was like, you literally just did. That repetitiveness
I really appreciate
that
the
Chip
confetti,
is
but
doing.
fuck, it's everywhere. Look at that.
It's just
tickfinity.
And
Thank you, Rigo.
the fact that, and to prove my point, which is why we need men allies, Danger came up here in his loving old man grandpa voice that brings me so much joy and comfort, and I love you so much, Danger, and said exactly what I said in a palatable way for Chip to be receptive and reflective.
Okay.
That's it.
I mean,
could we go back to the actual issue? It doesn't have to be about me. And the people in the comments, you guys are fucking assholes. You're not being kind. And that's fine. If that's the way you want to show up in the world, it's just not kind. And maybe you should reflect on that. And let's go back to the issues because this is Liberals Live and he gets to choose what we talk about.
I really appreciate the confetti, but fuck, it's everywhere. Look at that.
Thanks, Rico. That sound effect may be a little too long. I've been playing around with tickfinity. It has all these little doohickeys. Yeah, it's pretty neat.
It's very whimsical.
Yeah, I mean, we can move on.
What happened to Whisper? Did she leave from there?
I guess so.
She left.
Maybe I was too aggressive, although,
No, it's just, we're just sick of apologizing. We're sick of apologizing and then also having our apologies not taken. And I understand why she left. It's exhausting. And I hope she comes back because I always appreciate what she has to say.
Yeah, I mean, I let her up here, what is she apologizing for?
She apologized for interrupting you. She didn't realize that she thought Chip was still talking. She thought you were Chip.
Right, but
and she thought she was interrupting Chip to say stop doing that and didn't realize she was interrupting you.
Right. Oh my goodness. Right, but do you see what that sounds like though, right? She thought she was interrupting somebody else and therefore it was okay?
No, I get it. I understand your point. I'm
That's
just saying
my
that
confusion of that.
No,
not that
liberal.
I didn't accept the apology, but when it's followed by
No, my question to you though is, don't you often, well, it's your panel, so you can do whatever the hell you want. But I'm saying, often when someone says something that's so asinine and frustrating, people will interject and respond and say, stop it. And that's what she was doing. She thought it was Chip. So I understand why she did it. I also know she's usually super respectful and mutes up all the time. And so if somebody who is usually respectful and mutes up all the time and she interjects and she says something, maybe there was a valid reason for her to do so.
So I was saying something that was shitty.
Follow. Yeah, if someone's saying something super shitty to someone else and reframing a narrative to again center his comfort, like maybe it's nice to let somebody stick up for somebody else on the panel. And again, you're live, you run it the way you do, and I respect you for that. But like when somebody else is going to stick up for someone because they feel like it's not okay for the way that the person is like trying to reframe things.
But if a man had done that to you, would you take it personally and think that he was doing it because you were a woman?
No, I think the fact that like that her response wasn't a male female thing. She was, as a woman, was like, don't do that. Like, stop doing it. You're literally doing what she's talking about. And I really appreciate the male support of the two other panelists and yourself.
Yeah.
In this conversation, I really do. Like, it's not a male female thing to stand up and be an activist and an ally. But maybe sometimes when women are expected to apologize and keep apologizing, the apology sometimes isn't taken because the person wants to just really let them know that what they did was unacceptable from their perspective, which is also fine. Everybody gets to choose how they show up on this app. But I understand why she dropped down. That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, I mean, I accept her apology. I'm just confused by the logic. But either way, Techno, did you have your hand up in the comments? I saw somebody posting that you had your hand up.
No, but I was about to. I do want to. I wasn't trying to say anything, but I just now thought of something. You should do a Manly Monday where all the married men have to confess of interrupting their wives and ignoring and like speaking over.
Oh my God, I would just love to watch that.
We mess up all the time.
I would love to just watch it. I would love to see, and I would love my husband to be a panelist. Like, please apologize.
Coitus interruptus. No, not a thing. Anyway, occupation. Welcome aboard. What say you? You haven't spoken yet, I don't think.
Hello, everybody. I'm just listening, loving the conversation. It is a little bit long, yes, about the rules. I understand, but let's get back on topic. I want to just give a positive thing today. Yesterday, I planted a palm tree for my 86-year-old Palestinian dad. He was giggy, man, when he spread that thing out.
Nice.
Yeah.
Palm tree.
How tall are they? How tall are they when you plant them?
It was about 8 feet tall. He got it from Costco. $250.
Wow. $250
Yeah,
palm tree from Costco.
You could
That's
plant
crazy.
it outside, and it'll last in 5 to 10 degrees. You got to wrap it in the winter. But how could I say no to a man that was born in Palestine surrounded by palm trees?
That is awesome.
How could I?
Yeah, that is awesome. And an olive tree. I wonder how hard olive trees are to,
that's tough.
they're really.
No, this is a palm tree.
Yeah, I think you'd probably have to dig that thing up and bring it inside.
He's got fig trees. He digs up and puts inside now every year.
That's cool though.
Was he Nakbud?
Yeah, he was 8 years old when he walked with. They say 750,000 to 1 million. The number varies every year after. It goes down year after year. It's pretty much sort of Mark Twain numbers.
Eventually, there were only 20 people in the Nakba that were forced out. It was only 20. Right. Yeah. Well, then there was nobody there. It was empty land.
Nobody. That's and why I like the conversation prior to what she was really saying, and how people will not give up and just let it roll off your shoulder, Rebecca. Let it roll off. Really, when I tell you.
Please don't tell me. I don't need a man telling me how to handle things. I'm good.
Okay,
I'm fine.
Sorry.
I'm fine.
Sorry. All right.
No, you should apologize because that was so fucking rude.
I was on your side.
No, that was so fucking rude, dude. I don't need you to tell me how to let things roll off my feet. No.
Okay. Let's talk about Israel.
That's rude.
All right. Back off.
Rude.
Holy cow.
That's rude.
What's rude? I was trying to be kind. Are you
That's
kidding
not being
me,
kind. No, it's not being kind because you were diminishing my experience and saying that everything that I went through, I should just let it roll off my back. So fuck you, dude. That's rude.
Listening
That's
to you
rude.
for the past 20 minutes and what you just did to me, you
That's
woke
rude,
up on
dude.
the wrong side of the bed. And
No,
you
it
ain't
was
gonna make
fucking
me
rude.
wake up on that bed.
No, it was fucking rude, dude.
Yeah, okay.
It was rude.
Thank you,
All right,
Abir.
take a chill, mama.
Okay. Now that is, mama. That's something I call my wife. I don't know about that, but probably not going to be received well. Occupation.
You
I
can call
didn't
me
use
mama
any
because
swear
I am
words.
one.
I
But
didn't
you
use
can tell
any
that
swear
baby over
words.
there to shut the fuck up, dude. You don't need to tell
I
women
didn't
how to
use
handle
any
things.
swear words.
It doesn't matter. You want to know what? I'm allowed to say fuck you. Freedom of speech.
You got a big mouth.
Fuck
Yeah, that's
you.
right. Freedom of speech. That's right. To be kind.
Okay.
Obviously, you don't know what the fuck that means.
Oh, there it is. So there you go. You do say it. And I know how to be kind, but I also know how to stand up to
I'm
bullies
sorry.
and motherfuckers.
Sorry.
So thanks.
Really,
There's a difference
really.
between the
If
two.
you
I
don't
only
like
pull
it,
out my
it's
F
okay.
words
You're not
when
gonna
they're
eat
needed and
me.
necessary.
You're not gonna
Thank
eat
you, dude.
me, girl.
Fuck off.
You're not gonna eat me. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I don't hit you. Fuck off.
Okay, we can move on
You're
because
fast off either.
it really
Not
is
gonna eat
getting
too loud.
we're
Liv, did you hear that Trump rolled back and that he's approving the cyanide bombing of wildlife?
of who?
Yeah, he's letting cyanide bombing of the wildlife. I guess there was a
Cyanide bombing?
Yep.
Yeah, they're dropping
Yeah.
cyanide on the wildlife in Iran.
Wow.
Whoa, wait. I thought it was just he approved the ability to use those in traps.
Okay, so I'm looking this
No,
up.
I heard it was Yellowstone.
Oh, to kill off animals on public lands. Here, let
Yes.
me. Okay, let's see here. Wow. Yeah, nothing could go wrong there, right? I mean, that's how you do it. Trump administration authorizes use of cyanide boom booms to kill off animals on public lands. Wow. That doesn't and this is like the remorseless bullshit supremacy crap that we were just talking about before.
I literally cried and screamed.
This is
like too
insanity. Yeah.
Now here in Michigan, like on our state farms, state lands and stuff, where like the deer population is just it grows. They let the farmers get like 10 more, or they open it up and they expand the permits to their limits. That's one thing, but to do this in this way, no, I can't. It breaks my heart.
Yeah, that's so gross.
It's not just gonna hit the coyotes. It's gonna hit bear. It's gonna hit bunny rabbits. It's gonna hit squirrels. It's gonna hit everything.
And look at this. This action carried out discreetly and quietly was outrageous to those of us who know what this diabolical device does. The M44 is an ultra-deadly spring-loaded cylinder trap that uses a scented bait attractant to entice its victim to bite or tug at its head. Once triggered, the M44 shoots a pellet of sodium cyanide into the animal's mouth, causing terror, pain, distress, suffering, injury, and unalivement, they explained. Perhaps more than any other unaliving device, the M44 epitomizes the utter callousness and cruelty of the federal government's predator control activities. That is just... this. I don't even... there's no bottom with these fuckers. There's just absolutely no bottom. And
what
thank you,
happens when the
MBW, for
first
bringing that
human
up.
being gets hit?
They'll be like, well, it's the cost of doing business.
I did see somewhere that this is something that had been made illegal initially under Biden. So I guess this is something that's been being used. Is that?
Apparently so.
What?
And here's the thing: if Biden did it, I would have the same outrage and the same reaction, and shame on any president and any administration to do this. There are
He made it illegal. The opposite. He made it illegal.
Yeah, Biden made it illegal, yes, and now Trump is undoing that, which goes to the point of, I didn't know that these were used before. I would have opposed those, as MBW probably would have prior to this. Donald Trump isn't really doing anything new. He's shining a spotlight on all the fucked up shit that this country has been doing for a long time. Really, that's what this
Liv,
is. So, hey, fucking, I guess thank you for pointing it out that we're so shitty that we do this stuff to wild animals. That's disgusting.
Have you ever seen those YouTube videos? Like, there's a whole group of people that take pleasure in watching YouTube videos and posting content of them unaliving coyotes with a plain gun. I mean, it's over. They put music behind it. You get to see it in slow motion. Like, literally, people take pleasure in watching these animals unalive.
His own son take pleasure in this type of pain and torture towards wildlife.
Right, like those fucking trophy hunters too. It's disgusting. Yes. Like when that dude got run over by the elephant. It was my response to that, was laughing.
Exactly. Wait. Did you guys hear about who the new head of the FDA is going to be?
Don't tell me, Danger. I don't want to know.
Well, he used to go hunt wild turkey with Don Jr.
Oh.
Well, yeah, you know what? Maybe they'll pull a Dick Cheney on one of them. That's crazy.
That's his credentials.
Well, beer.
Linda McMahon knew so much about education.
Well, and to baby Ruth's point down there is I recognize that when invasive species come in to harm local ecosystems, in Texas, they're overrun with boars, and Texas literally has open boar hunting season because they will ruin crops and farms and do terrible damage. That's one thing. And there's a totally other thing of just killing animals because you are we are human, we are better. There's a difference between the two. There is protecting the ecological system that exists and it is a benefit to society, and then there is I'm going to go murder things like the people for the bison. They used to go and they would murder bison
off the trains. They would shoot them off the trains
and do nothing with the meat. They would just literally you can go look at historical documents where they got paid by the federal government to unalive the bison and were paid by the skulls, and not for any other reason than to take away the food source from indigenous people. So this is stuff that we've been doing. Our government has been doing since 1776, y'all. And we as a society need to decide it's enough. We've evolved past that. And we should all do everything that we possibly can. And so what can we all do? Stop paying your taxes. You're not legally required to have it taken out of your paycheck. Stop paying them.
And that's
can I?
No, a beer. Yeah. Go ahead, a beer.
No, I just want to say, I don't know. I don't agree with that, hunting is evil. I'm going to be honest. Hunting, especially if you're eating it for, meat, that's, to me, that's weird to be all hunting is evil. I don't agree with that. I do want to say, of course, Trump is ruining the nation. It's not just the coyotes, right? The land that they are, they're allowing for all the wild horses that right now, I believe, I have to double check because I don't have it pulled up. There's a huge AI data center they want to build in the Midwest. And it's over land that belongs to a lot of wild horses. So it's basically going to completely unalive those wild horses. The environmental impact, the water contamination, the fact that we're just under Trump, there's been no accountability for the increase in homelessness, all of these things. It's
thank you,
of course we're going into a very difficult situation. We have reports coming out saying that literally we have thousands of AI data centers already in the US. We have more data centers in the United States than any other country in the world. Okay, if we keep increasing, the next 25 years, that's it. Our water contamination levels are going to be irreversible. I don't personally, for me, and I'm still in my 30s, I'm I don't even see how we're supposed to get to the 60s to even reach our retirement accounts, at this point. Because we're heading down a situation where our air is going to be unhealthy, our water is going to be unhealthy, we're losing farmland to AI data centers, which means food prices are going to continue to increase. And people are sitting around saying oh, well, we really want to see what your dog looks like as a human. I don't care. I want to make sure the future generations are safe. And that is all, it's all connected. So this is all connected to what is happening to the wildlife and the different animals in this country. They're losing their land because people want to build AI data centers. And you have people like Kevin O'Leary and the Open AI who literally are just building them everywhere. And people are just sitting back like, what are we supposed to do? And the towns that are fighting back, I'll land here, I'm so sorry. The towns that are fighting back against these data centers because they are propped up by billionaires are getting sued and losing their land anyway. We have no protections as humans in this country. We have no protection.
I will tell, like, to validate what Abir is just saying about especially the data centers and farmland. So many of you know that my sister owns a 25-acre farm in northeast Wisconsin. When I was just visiting my dad last week, my brother-in-law went to a town hall because they are claiming eminent domain over farmland in northeast Wisconsin for data centers. And what happens with the data centers when they get put in, which many of them have already been put in northeast Wisconsin, as well as solar farms, what they don't talk about is that it depletes the natural resources from the area. So all the surrounding farms will end up being will lose all of their nutrients in the soil, making it impossible for them to farm. So like, this is literally the eminent domain is trying to steal my brother-in-law's farm that he spent 10 years like tilling that soil. And like, this is happening all across the US, but that's not what they're putting on the news right now, you guys. They want us fighting over Israel versus Palestine.
Yep.
Well, one more thing, Abir. You're not going to see any retirement income till well into your 70s by the time you get there. Not 60s.
I mean, I plan honestly to leave. I'm going to be honest, if that's the situation. I'm not going to work until my 60s and 70s in this country. Like, I'm not going to do it. I can't physically do it. But I mean, like, we're just going to be unhealthy. Well, I have property in other places and I have dual citizenship, so I will leave, which I know is a privilege. I know that's a privilege, but I'm trying to stay here and I'm trying to make this work and I'm trying to like fix what I can. But it feels like if we're not focused, like even where I live in Florida, we have like our seawall in one of the towns next to us is basically falling apart. If we get hit with a hurricane, that entire town is going to get flooded. And our local politicians don't care. They really just don't. Like, our priorities are very messed up here.
I always love to ask people the question of where will you go? Because I for sure, like, I have several places that I want to go. Barcelona is one of them. I want to live in Barcelona for a long period of time. And I also want to live in the Philippines for a period of time. And I also want to live in Thailand and Costa Rica. I have all of these like ideas of where I want to live in 6 years when I leave.
Well, the Philippines got rid of their dictator, Duterte.
The Philippines is half of our company works in the Philippines, so we visit every year. And like, what's so sad about the Philippines is like, if everybody just wants to study how terrible colonialism is, and then once you leave, how you can use your influence in the world to enslave a country. Just look at the Philippines. The Philippines has the weakest passport. They actually can't go anywhere. It's almost impossible for them to go anywhere without visas, and the visa fees are too high. In addition to that, like the cost of, they have no infrastructure, so everything is imported. So inflation has rose 70% in the Philippines just in the month of April. Like, I would love to go do good things in the Philippines and help the Filipino people like take back their country.
Yeah, well, now Bolivia's about to get screwed. Bolivia's about to be taken. They're working on that. Hell, and did you guys see that Trump is wanting to charge $18,000 per immigrant for deportation costs? Like, shit's insane. While we provide reparations for a bunch of white terrorists that went and tried to overthrow the government. Make that make sense.
No, we're not going to give them reparations. What we're going to do is the Capitol Police, the 140 that were injured and the 6 died, that's who we're going to give the money to, isn't it?
No.
Oh, no? Oh,
no.
Okay, my mistake.
Yeah.
Did you see that Trump settled with the IRS and it said that the IRS is not allowed to investigate Trump?
Right.
For like any past tax years? Isn't that insane?
It is insane. And that's also how they created the slush fund with which they're going to pay every one of the January 6th defendants $1 million. Van Hollen made a great point to Blanche when he was talking about one of the January 6th guys that was pardoned, went on to molest 2 children afterwards and had tried to convince those children that he had molested that well, don't worry, I'll pay you,
Thank you for
out of the
following.
money that I get from this shit. So he's trying to pay the children that were molested off. And of course, Todd Blanche, they won't commit to not giving child rapists money.
Welcome to Bizarro World.
What's super weird, did you see the Jasmine Crockett's sound bit that's making its way across social media from like yesterday or the day before?
I have not.
So she was talking about the slush fund that's being set aside for paying quote unquote reparations to the J6ers. And she was trying to get people to answer whether or not Proud Boys or neo-Nazis are supremacist groups. And she was like, can we just talk about the hypocrisy of like what's going on? Is like, you guys can't even agree that these are supremacists, even though that they are, and it's been stated, and it's like, go to their website, go take a look at their actions. And these people tried to dismantle democracy by forcing themselves in. And yet we now are going to pay them reparations, but we would not even consider giving reparations to like Black Americans. And it was just incredibly well articulated in a way that I was like, yes, like there's some
I'll need to
truth
check
telling
that
here.
out.
It's really good.
I saw it, and she would ask each individual person, "Is that a white supremacy group?" And most
And they
of them
said no.
said no.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. Well, and the part to me is like what people need to understand about reparations is reparations aren't even about the money. It's not. That's not what it is. And we gave reparations already in history. We gave them to the Japanese American community from World War II because they fought for it. And then do you want to know what the majority of those people did? They ripped up the check. They didn't even accept the money because it wasn't about the money. It was about saying the government did something wrong and taking accountability. And like, if we could just employ that, if our government can just say we did harm in these ways to these people and it's negatively affected them, we would be so much better. Like, be a grown-up, America. Take accountability and move forward.
Yeah. Good
I
luck
think
with
it's
that.
oversimplifying it, and I personally I don't agree that that's a sufficient way to somehow like move past things. There's been too much harm to just sit back and say like we've done harm, like we understand that. The systems that are in place in the United States are doing harm every single day to Americans and to people abroad. Those systems have to be dismantled. Like, it needs to be.
I agree.
Not just
I was being
like
hyperbolic.
Saying, okay. Okay.
No, Abir, what I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just trying to say, like, I agree with you. Like, I was being hyperbolic because people won't even entertain the idea of reparations. So I was being hyperbolic, and so I agree with you.
Do you know why the idea for like just me speaking as a Palestinian American, the idea of reparations, like certain words when we hear them, they like, for me personally, it's like they're irritating. Like the word reparation or peace or things like that, because they're words that have been told to us over and over again by oppressors, by America, by the West, and they never mean what they're actually saying. So like those specific words, I don't even like, they irk me personally. But if you actually want justice, if the U.S. actually wants us to move forward before we're completely ostracized and isolated from the entire world, like, we have to understand that military force against other countries to destabilize their economies and control their governments is not the way to actually make good and positive relationships.
Okay, Abir, are you running for office?
No, I'm not. I'm in a very red state. That's not going to happen anytime soon, but I'm supporting
Abir,
Bernard Taylor. He's running in my district for
office?
Congress. Bernard Taylor is running for Congress in my district against Brian Mass. So if you are in Florida, please hit me up. I'm volunteering for him. I can give you more information about him.
Abir, I followed you. Can you follow me back? Because I would love to support anyone that you're supporting in Florida monetarily.
Yeah, Abir, it's been a while since I've seen you on the panel. It's a pleasure to have you back.
I was banned for a while, but I got my account back.
Abir's amazing. She's incredibly articulate, and I appreciate everything that you're saying. And I agree with you that there are words that cause harm by using them, and I'm going to reflect on that and use a different word.
One quick thing. You all keep talking about the J6ers are going to get this money. First of all, it's supposed to go to Trump allies. Okay, that's number one. Number two, nobody's going to see any money because when Trump leaves this presidency, he's going to take that money with him. That money belongs to him. That didn't go into a fund. That didn't go into anything. That's money he won in a court in a court agreement. That's his money.
He literally just stole it from us, guys.
Exactly.
Like a billionaire stole money from us. And now we're still fighting about the fact of who it should, I swear the federal government, the best thing that they've ever done since the 20th century forward, no, I'll take that back. Since 1840 forward, they have been the best marketing firm ever. The propaganda that comes out of the government is wild, y'all. It's just wild because it makes all of us fight over things about how they're communicating it versus actually doing anything about the harm that they're doing supposedly in the name of justice.
Now, there's a few people on the panel that haven't spoken in a minute. Chip, techno, and occupation. Do you guys want to jump in there at any point? And who goes first doesn't matter to me. I just want to make sure everybody has a chance to say something. Occupation?
About cons right now?
Oh, techno, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a story. So my grandparents are big MAGA voters and everything. So what's crazy to me is it's just a story, but it's interesting that being conned is very common, I guess. Common. But they had a garage being built, and they literally paid the first amount to the person, and then they brought the supplies and never built the garage. And then they wound up. I mean, I laugh. It's kind of sad, but yeah. Then it never got built, and now it's just an open pit of concrete, like a concrete slab in their side yard. A couple years later, they voted in 2016 for Trump, and they voted all 3 times for Trump. I'm like, you guys. This is a prime example of people that get conned. I don't know, man. It's pretty.
You get what you vote
for. It's really
for.
funny, interesting.
But I will say, my parents were the same. And, Liberal knows this. My dad actually, when he was sick last year, would listen to Liberals' panels. And my dad actually was like, oh, I mean, I kind of get what he's saying. He just needs to curse less. And he imposed a $1. Shit. Yeah, he imposed a $1 cursing tax on Liberal. But my parents, there's hope, right, Techno? Because my parents are lifelong Republicans. And the day that my dad got out of the skilled nursing facility last year was the No Kings rally. And my mom told my dad she wants to go. And so she took my dad in a wheelchair. They made signs. Well, I made them for them, but they told me what to say in glittery letters. And my parents protested No King's Day with me, which if you would have told me that would have ever happened in my lifetime, I would have been like, y'all are crazy. And I want the rugs that you're on because that will never happen.
I'll take some of that.
How old are they?
80 and 84.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a similar age with my grandparents.
It literally took 10 years. So when I got hired at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library to run their educational programs, which, by the way, before everyone comes at me, was nonpartisan. And I did some really, really great things with dirty Republican money. My parents were like, my daughter working at the Reagan. I was like, you guys know I'm undercover. And I'm working to dismantle it from the inside. But okay, whatever, get excited. But it took 10 years of conversations with my dad about digital literacy in order for him to understand that he was being conned. Because he didn't have those skills, because why would he? He was born in, 1942. He doesn't understand digital literacy. He doesn't understand marketing. He didn't understand bias. I had him take the Harvard implicit bias test, and he did not like the results. And so he tried to take it again. And I was like, Dad, you're a product of your time and you're a product of your environment. So I understand why you vote Republican. But maybe we can also talk about the atrocities that Ronald Reagan ushered in. And, I've got some books for you to read, and my dad reads them, which is really great. But it takes time and trust.
Yeah, good shit. Now, occupation. Oh, you've got a bar. Did you want to go? I thought I heard you say something.
Sir.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I could definitely relate to what she was just saying. My father's 86 years old, and he did perform his skill. He came here 60 years ago, and he performed a skill that Abrams tank engines, and for 20 years, and he's not allowed to go back. I don't know where everybody else's dads were born, but he's not allowed to go back to where he was born. But Brian Mass, I guess, can, and 50,000 other Americans can. But my dad isn't allowed. But he did something for 20 years, and he's still around.
That's unfair occupation.
Yeah, it sucks. Look, and now he's got. Thank you, Chris. Now he's got a palm tree that might, bring home to him a little bit. Although I don't know, because olive trees are a big thing in Palestine, right? Like that's one of the staple crops. Am I wrong there?
Yeah, they're like thousands of years old, and a lot of our families have them. But I had a question. So actually, not a question, but like a thought for people. I don't really see a difference between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, and it's not because of the way y'all think, right? I think that a lot of the issues that separate out the two parties that they fight over, they could be resolved if we just had some common sense and understood that extremes on any side are unacceptable, because we live in a country where we say there's no unified language, we have freedom of religion, freedom of thought, separation of church and state. So a lot of the things that we're fighting over shouldn't be like, we can find common ground if people actually were reasonable. And really, for me, at this point, what I'm seeing in the Republican side, it's like the thing that's separating us the most is hate. And the Democratic Party has it, they're just not as vocal about it. But the Republican Party, they're like holding on to their hate for other people, for diverseness of other people. But like really, like even the Second Amendment, pro-choice, pro-life, all of that. Like if we actually could understand that no one is going to get the extreme side of anything done, and we can come to common ground, I feel like most of these issues would resolve. Am I wrong? Like I'm not wrong, right?
No, Abir,
Yes,
you're 100% correct. And the reason is, hold on, Danger. I'm gonna back her up as to why I think she's right, and then I'm curious about your response, because if you actually look at the reason why we have Republicans versus Democrats and why it has been such an anchor in our American society since the 1950s forward, is because it's intentional. Once television became a way to get out political messaging in the 1950s, it was utilized by the civil rights movement to change status quo. And so you had the Republican Party and the Democrat Party secretly meet. They came together, you guys, to have a conversation of how can we control what's going to happen in our country. Because if you look from the 1950s through the 1970s, you had all this social change that was happening, not just in the United States, but globally. And so the political parties came together with the League of Women Voters and decided that in order to we needed to create rules on who could get onto television in order to debate. And so the League of Women Voters, a supposed nonpartisan organization, was set up as the leader. And the Republicans and the Democrats were able to garner the vote because those were the two major parties at the time. And so now there are these rules that exist by the Democrats and by the Republicans and by the League of Women Voters of who is allowed to get up on the debate stage. And it's almost nearly impossible for a third party candidate, unless they buy their way on stage, to get access to the national public. And so because of that, we have a two-party system in practice, but not in theory. And so my encouragement for folks is stop saying you're Republican and Democrat and just tell me what you actually believe. Because I don't know what the Republican Party stands for anymore, and I don't know what the Democratic Party stands for anymore, because there is such a wide breadth of ideologies. And the majority of people actually sit in the center that are not politically represented. Okay, go ahead, Danger. Tell me why we're wrong.
Well, I know what they stand for. Establishmentarianism. That's what they both stand for. But go ahead, Danger.
But like the American public wouldn't say that. Like
the Democratic Party is more for the people. The Republican Party is more for the rich. Since 1989, the Democratic Party has created over 60 million jobs. I think it's 61 million. The Republican Party has created 1 million jobs. So under Biden, we created an average of 375,000 jobs a month. Under Trump, we've lost 2,300 jobs.
Danger. Teacupping is dangerous while on a TikTok panel. I think he got a call. Sounded like he got a call.
Okay,
Let
here
me
I
add
am.
you some time. There you go. Go
Okay,
ahead.
here I am. All right, so all these things, they used to be able to reach across the aisle and talk to each other. This does not happen. Donald Trump has this invisible force field around him. It's called the Republican Congress and the Supreme Court. And they're protecting him again, for any stupid thing he wants to do. Whether he wants to do a war in Venezuela, whether he wants to do one in Iran, and only God knows who's next. You know where the Iwo Jima is? You know who the Iwo Jima is? That's our amphibious assault team. You know where they are? They're outside of Cuba. They're not by Iran.
Crazy.
They're outside of Cuba right now.
Well, they're ready to take it over. I mean,
Yeah.
it's the colonizer.
For what?
For
So
colonization
we can support
purposes.
Cuba?
For colonization purposes. They want to smoke their cigars again.
Well,
I'm being sarcastic in case
But Danger,
anybody
I'm
took that
gonna,
seriously.
like-
Well,
Danger,
I
I'm
was
gonna
going to
push
get
back on
to
you.
I was going to get to Chip after. Chip, did you want to weigh in on any of this stuff?
I'm curious to hear Rebecca's response to Danger.
Yeah, go ahead, Rebecca.
Yeah, because Danger, I think that I don't think anyone who uses a blanket statement that says all Republican legislation is bad, all Democratic policies are good. Like, there's plus and minuses, and I think that you have to be able to say on balance, because it's hard for me to reconcile, like, the actions of President Reagan, for instance. He did a lot of systemic harm, and a lot of what we are experiencing in inequities today is because of policies that were implemented in the by Ford and by Reagan. And also, Reagan was like, hey, we actually need to do something about immigration, and so you know what, we're just going to give blanket amnesty. So, like, no one is ever good or bad solely. You have to look at it on balance. And I think on balance, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party have not done a good enough job to improve the United States in the past 100 years.
All right, thank you, Rocky. And for the record, guys, if you're sitting in and you're watching for hours and hours and you don't tap, that actually counts against the live. I don't know why, but that's part of the algorithm. My agent has told me this. So if you're in there and you haven't liked yet, just go ahead and tap it a few times and let's get those likes up a little bit, so that way we can continue on. Chip, did you want to weigh in on any of this?
Well, yeah, on the Democrat-Republican
Thank you,
thing, yeah, I
boys.
think there's definitely differences to some degree, but the bigger issue, I think, is the really big core issues that have an impact, foreign policy, economic policies. Not that some of the other issues aren't very important, and there are ways we can vote and make change, but unfortunately, the history shows us that voting alone is unfortunately seemingly insufficient to turn the needle enough to change. And my biggest concern is this, and I think this is why people, especially in Abir's generation and younger, are seeing this more clearly than people in my age group, is that there's just not going to be much of a future, and it's sort of a futile thing to try to make major changes because the establishment has such a financial control over the political process. Just with what happened with Thomas Massey, whether you agree with his politics or not, the way money was spent on this last election is indicative of the dominance that money has in the process. I think if we don't do something, and I'm not pointing to anybody else other than myself, if we don't somehow link arms, even though we may disagree on, let's say, 8 out of 10 things, because we can agree on the 2, much less people in like a union, if we don't link together and do something substantial, we're going to find ourselves on the wrong end of some very bad situations in the years ahead.
Well, can a man suggest that?
Real quick, guys, you guys have made this thing go nuts, so thank you all so much. I really appreciate that.
May I suggest that all our congressmen and our Supreme Court justices wear like a special jacket, the way the race car drivers have it. This way, all their sponsors, that they owe favors to, will be acknowledged.
How about
On a
we just
race car
like do a
jacket.
do-over? How about we just say, hey, if you're a career politician and you've been in power for over X number of years, and I would say 10 years should be the most, right? 10 years in politics. And if you can't say, here's everything that I've done, here's my transparent record, and on balance, it has improved society, then I'm so sorry, you're not eligible. Like, I would really love there to be KPIs for congressional representatives. Like, you have to show, like a dashboard. You have to show what you're doing.
12-year, and 12-year for everybody. The House.
I don't think there should be 12-year at all.
The Supreme Court.
That's too much.
No, that's 2 terms in the Senate and 3 terms in the House. And
that's
as far
4
as
terms
the
in the
Supreme
House.
Court goes,
Or 6
no
terms.
more lifetime appointments.
Yeah,
How
Supreme
about we
Court
go back
shouldn't
to
have
being public
lifetime
servants?
appointments. That's
And maybe
that's for
we
sure.
could say that, like, you're not going to be a lifetime federal government agent unless you actually are working for the government agencies. Like, if you're getting elected, maybe you can't make that your full-time job. And maybe if we required these people to look at that time as time served, like our military, or time served like public service, they would have to go back and get another job. And so they wouldn't spend so much time trying to make money while they're in government.
I just don't see how that's even something that's like likely for us to get to. I think a more like something that we'd actually be able to accomplish would be increasing transparency in government, increasing education for voters, giving them more access, giving third-party candidates and other candidates more access to their communities rather than having to, raise millions of dollars just to get in front of voters. Even in my district right now, where Bernard Taylor, like, one of the first things he told me was, like, we really have to raise money. Brian Mast already has over $1 million raised, and this was like 6 months ago before he could even start using that money. So money, unfortunately, is leading campaigns in this country, and it's getting people elected. And American voters are overwhelmingly misinformed, miseducated, and misguided. And then they get also to a point where they just don't want to vote. And I don't know about how it is in a lot of other communities, but I mean, especially brown and black voters around where I live, they're like, what's the point of even voting? Like, what is the point? So we need to, I think, transparency in government, education for community voters. I think that will get bad candidates out of more than trying to get legislation that will
Are you talking about transparency?
I'd like to respond.
Like
I'd like to respond because
that we haven't seen anybody's name on.
Danger.
Yeah, I'd like to say something because, like, I understand the want to restrict somebody from being able to stay in office any longer than they need to, right? But this will lead to a problem where junior members that come in, there's a whole culture there, right, that takes a while to be acclimated to. And so what will end up happening is if you don't have any senior members, and you could have good people that are in there for a long time that are there to do good work, right? That can happen. And they can take those people under their wings. If nobody's there that has been there for a while and kind of understands how things function, then the people they'll reach out to are lobbyists. And the lobbyists will be the ones to then, well, if I could finish my statement, that would be.
Please do. Sorry, my ADHD.
Yeah, so like then you end up with them reaching out to lobbyists. So what we have to do collectively as society is stop electing shitty people. You know what I mean? Right. We're electing these shitty people that go in there to do shitty things. And then, I just don't see that restricting it is going to stop, because then they're like, I'm now in a rush to get my bag.
Well, let's go back to the founding fathers and why they put the, why things were put in place and why term limits were not put in place. Okay. So term limits only came about, it's a 21st century, or it's a 20th century, creation. Or 21st century. Term limits only came in after we as Americans voted FDR 4 times into office. So it would have been 16, because the reason why Washington stepped down was because in order for us to not have an established monarchy and an established government body, people had to voluntarily step down. So during the 19th century, you did not have career politicians, partially because of like life expectancy, but also because of culture. Because it was not the culture. It was that if you wanted to get your training on how to be a statesman, you did it at the local level, you did it at the state level, and then you elevated to the national level. Okay. In the 21st century, specifically, like things all changed. Like periods of history, I encourage everyone to go read. Go read the Gilded Age. Well, first off, go read the founding documents of our government and go read the personal papers of our founding fathers, because it's wild. All the things that didn't make it into the Constitution, they talked about extensively. Also know that the Constitution was written on a shit ton of alcohol. It's my favorite primary source document ever is the bar tab from the Constitutional Convention. Go read the Gilded Age.
That's funny.
And then go read World War II, post-World War II in the United States. Because if you can look at those three separate times in history, the founding of our nation, why it was set up the way it was, go look at the change in political systems that actually started with the First World War, with Wilson, and us moving away from being isolationists and getting involved in world politics. Also, Wilson ushered in lobbyists. Those happened during his lifetime. And then go take a look at term limits. And then go look at the 1970s when we established career politicians. Every single career politician that is currently in office was voted in the 1970s and the 1980s. And they've stayed because they recognized that in order, and then they fed the bullshit. And this is where I'm pushing back on you, liberal, because you said we need to have senior people in government in order to teach the junior people how to do government. When in reality,
that's not really what I said, though.
That's okay. So that's how I heard it, because, and so I apologize if I'm wrong, but like that notion, it's not that they need to learn how to do government at the national level, because the very first meeting that every single congressperson has after they get their like key card is a campaign meeting on how to stay in power. That's the very first thing that they focus on when they get to Washington.
Also, at the founding of this nation, Congress didn't have a bunch of really crazy, weird rules. You know,
I mean, Congress has always had a bunch of really crazy, weird rules.
Well,
always.
they wrote them.
They were just
in.
different.
Right, they wrote them in. There were fewer of them. Now we have 250 years of weird rules and
Correct.
weird ways to do it. The notion that there were no career politicians until the 1970s is not right. There were.
It is.
There were career politicians before
They
1970.
weren't career politicians at the federal level.
50 years in Congress?
Correct.
It was something that happened prior to 1970. I mean, it's
So what
the
happened
notion
prior to
that
what happened prior to 1970 was the fact that public service was still seen as public service until the 1950s. And until you had the Cold War and the pushback of the MacArthur trials, like co-opting power only happened in a post-World War II world in the federal government from the statesmen.
Well, you're talking about a change of culture in the function of government, which
Right, but prior to that, most people, on average, only served at the federal level for on average, I think that was 12 years.
Were there career politicians prior to 1970s?
Correct. So prior to the 1970s, on balance, the average age or time in government that a federal statesman had, whether it was a senator, congressperson, or president, on balance, if you put all of them together and averaged it, it was 12 years.
Okay.
That's what I came up with.
But there were,
12,
you
12,
said that
and
there
12.
were no career politicians, but there were people that served for 50 years.
I said on balance.
Thereabouts. Yeah.
On balance, there was no
one more
career
thing.
politicians. The idea of being a career politician originated in the 1970s at the federal level.
Do you think the Congress back then was better than it is now?
I think that the shift in culture from Congress, from being a public service and public servant to being a full-on career that has the most they're the most protected class in the United States by government rules. absolutely originated in the 1970s. And that, I would say, is one of the key root issues as to where we are today.
But
Okay, you're all
I'm not sure
forgetting
that
one
has to do
thing.
with term limits, though, which
Okay,
is
hold
what we
on.
were talking about.
It does,
Hold on.
because if you had term limits, right? Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and what's the bucket who like had the stroke on camera 3 times, or the person that was literally in hospice but was still having a congressional seat, all of those
Like
individuals
Strom Thurmond?
who were no longer fit for government, especially since like when you had email and the BlackBerry come into play, the job changed to being a 9-to-5er to now being a 24/7 job. You can't get away from your job. And so the faculties that people have to employ and the stamina is so different just in the past 25 years than it was 50 years ago. And so the reasons why you see presidents age so much more quickly now, if you look at Obama from before to after, you look at Bush Jr. from before to after, they're aging quicker because the job is more intense, because it's 24/7, because the flow of communication.
Didn't Lincoln have the same thing? Like, wasn't there a picture of Lincoln before and a painting or whatever, and then after, and he looked like he had aged tremendously? Like, I don't
But that's
think.
also because Lincoln had the Civil War.
But
if you take a look at Wilson,
you're going to be stressed
Wilson
out.
looked the
I don't
same.
think there are requirements for capacity. That's not the problem. Is that they're being ignored. So like your argument that if they're incapacitated or they're incapable of doing their job, they shouldn't be in that job. That's true. The problem is voters are still voting them in. Voters are still voting them in.
But to your point, voters are voting them in because I think the thing that you said greatly, and I think that this was why I think you should run for office, is because you're so articulate, is the fact that voter education, like civic education in the United States, has been on the downfall since the 1970s, and that was on purpose. Government funding has been fully taken away from the civics education space on purpose. States stopped putting it in their required, like we only are required on balance in all 50 states to take a quarter of political science by the time you become of voting age, which is insane. They've removed it from the curriculum because they don't want an educated populace. And that has actually been an American value from the beginning, because not everybody was allowed to vote in the beginning. Only white male landowners could vote, because they didn't even want the merchants to vote because they didn't think that they were smart enough.
But we're talking about term limits.
But but term limits need to be put in place because in reaction to the new culture of Congress, which is you can make this be your entire career.
I see.
And Congress has been self-serving since 1977, I would argue.
Well, look, if you were to tell me that we would get rid of lobbyists, then I might agree with you. But until then, I think that people who understand the functions of government and all the weird things and rules that they have, I think that those, more senior members are better served to, kind of take them under their wings than a lobbyist, because then a lobbyist is directing them and not, somebody who is also representing people. And of course, it's
right. But lobbyists came into play in the 19 teens, right? Like they literally are called lobbyists because they used to hang out in the lobby of the hotel that was directly next to the White House, and they'd hang out there so that they could get a hold of congressional individuals. You can replace lobbyists with activists, and they're the same. The difference is now that lobbyists, because of Citizens United, lobbyists can now give you dark money and they can own you and they can own your vote. And now favors are being traded in ways that didn't exist before. So lobbyists aren't bad. Lobbyists being empowered by Citizens United to take corporate money and funnel it darkly into our government is bad.
Well, when I talk about lobbyists, I'm not talking about your average, mad person who has an agenda like saving the lives of people driving down the road. I'm talking about corporate lobbyists.
No, I know. I'm just saying that, I don't think that,
corporate
I don't
lobbyists.
think lobbyists are the worst thing. I think
equals
that
bad.
that we think that
Can I interrupt?
People need to be trained to do government is an assumption that I'm going to keep pushing back on, because I don't think you need to be trained. I would give
how many of you,
a beer a seat today.
How many of you have read the writings of the First Continental Congress? The writings of the First Continental Congress was a book 3 times the size of the Constitution. The Constitution was a synopsis of the writings of the First Continental Congress. In that book, you'll see there's term limits, all the stuff that we're bitching about now, things that are going on, contributions to campaigns, that's all in there. And it was removed because they wanted a lighter, simpler copy that people could put in their pockets.
And not only that,
Okay.
though, Danger, they also wanted to make sure that they weren't prescribing government so fine or in detail that it wouldn't serve future generations. Like, that's the brilliance of the founding fathers. There's a lot of problems with them, but one of the brilliance was we need to make government available to adapt to the needs of future generations. So the whole reason why the 3/5 compromise was put in there was because you had founding fathers that full on said future generations will solve the slavery problem. We don't have to solve that right now because we can't come together as a nation.
Okay, but guess what? Half of the people, more than half of the people that were mentioned in the Constitution were in that First Continental Congress book.
Oh, no, I agree with you. I actually think everyone should read it because I think if you read the discussions and the writings that were taking place, and even go back to the Declaration of Independence, like Jefferson struggled with writing the Declaration of Independence and writing down, that we are based on freedom and all people should be created equal because he owned slaves. And he knew that it was wrong what he was writing, but he also knew that we needed to have a rallying cry around the colonists coming together to form a new nation because, contrary to popular opinion, the majority of people did not want to break with England. And so, everyone should go read those things.
Yeah, so what are we talking about now?
So can I just respond about
Sure.
the term limit thing? So it's not that I think that I've had that conversation, I think on your panel actually, about term limits before. This was a year ago now. But I don't think it's something that we are going to accomplish. That's the problem. So I think that we have to actually set real objectives that we can accomplish rather than set, well, this would be the ideal perfect situation. I don't think term limits are the way that we're going to actually accomplish anything.
Thank you for following.
That's why I'm saying financial transparency. First of all, there's a reason why, and it's something I've been harping on for 15 years since college. Financial literacy is not a mandatory education requirement in high schools or in college, because people don't want you to understand money. They don't want you to understand how a congressman is getting in office, complaining about $175,000 salary and coming out a millionaire. There are things that we need that I think would get people voted out that need to be voted out. But ultimately, it's up to the voters. They need to be educated. There needs to be transparency. And I think that most people will make the right decision. They just don't have the knowledge.
The information.
That's the problem.
That's right.
Okay, Azir, I have a question for you, and I don't know if anyone on the panel could help
Thank
this,
you,
but
Brenda.
the idea that just came to me, what if there was an organization that made a transparent KPI for every single congressional person, where we are actually able to use technology to look at their voting records and everything and be able to say, based upon these metrics, which are for the benefit of the people, on balance, this person is either in the green or in the red. And if that was then shared transparently for free to everybody, then it gives people who are uneducated the ability to very quickly look at something and say, oh, this person's actually not great. I need to go look at other candidates. It becomes a way for us to be dismissive of people rerunning. Because I think my congressional rep is terrible.
And who's going
because
to
she's
pay
a
for it?
non-problematic Democrat.
Who's going to pay for it? Congress is probably going to have to approve it.
Hold on, Danger. I'm not asking Congress to pay for it. I'm saying that this is private sector. I don't think that, I think the biggest joke that the biggest Kool-Aid that we've all drank is that we all think that government is the solution. Government's the problem, and I don't think government and taxpayer dollars should pay for things like this. I think private equity should. And so I'm curious if there are smart individuals for us to get together. This is something that literally could be created within a month. It's not hard. All the information is out there.
But
Let's
who's
put it
going to
in a
spend
dashboard.
all these millions of dollars to do this?
It's not millions
with
of dollars.
no return?
It's not millions, Danger.
It's literally volunteering coding time to create an app or something. It's
Correct.
not, or a
So,
website. It's not millions of dollars. And I think that's another thing. We've been conditioned to think that everything is impossible or it's very expensive to do things. Most things are not. Look at how much change we've actually been able to accomplish just by creating social media accounts and speaking to each other. So I think
Abir, do
it's
you
really
want to
just about
like
taking
talk about
initiative
this?
and doing it.
Do you
I mean,
want
I
to?
don't have a coding background personally,
Neither
but
do I, but you have the metrics. Like I don't have a coding background either. However, I've got 20 years of civic education background, and
yeah,
you are an
definitely
incredibly articulate
you can
legal
message.
mind.
You can definitely message me and we can see
Okay,
if that's something that, yeah.
I'm going to do that.
So Ballotpedia does the same thing. I mean, you can go to Ballotpedia and get everybody's voting record.
They do, but Ballotpedia doesn't give them a score.
Yeah, well, I
And
mean, they
sometimes
have
people
things that give scores.
They do, but like,
wait a minute. Why do you need if you look at a record and you look at all the things that a person's voted for, and you really take the time to read the bill, and you get the gist of the bill, and the person's voting for that, and you don't agree with it, and you look at every bill that they vote for, and you're like, well, this isn't aligning to what I voted for. Why do you need a score?
So I think what would be interesting, actually, it's not just that. First of all, from my experience, most people don't read the bills. I'll say that.
That's
Second
what I
of
was gonna
all,
say.
one of the issues in the United States is that we have no restrictions on how many topics, even as diverse as they are, you can include in one bill. So people will say, "Oh, well, I understand this bill is doing A, B, C, E," which I disagree with, but I like D, so I'm voting for the bill. That's a problem. I think that honestly, the type of information we need is telling people, hey, this candidate actually has a power of attorney on them. They're actually incapacitated. Why are they running? Or this one skipped how many days of Congress last year? Or this one, I think these are things that we need to be telling people.
Well, and I just want to say, I think that, to your point of, you should be able to do the research yourself and come to the conclusion. I wholeheartedly agree that people who are civically minded and have critical thinking skills and also see this as their civic duty would absolutely do those things. And that is a small percentage of Americans. And so knowing that, and knowing that civic education has been deprioritized since the 70s, that means every single person from Gen X and younger has had to do that work on their own. So if you entered public school in 1977 or forward, civic education has been deprioritized. And if you entered education after 2001, holy crap, there was no civic education, and they stopped teaching social studies at K-5 because No Child Left Behind was not about math and English scores. It was about getting rid of science and getting rid of social studies. It wasn't the fact that we were underperforming from China. It was the fact that we needed to get rid of critical thinking skills. And you get rid of critical thinking skills if you remove science and social studies from the curriculum. So let's create a metric system that is required and tied to money and teacher performance that seems like it's all good. And we want to be better in education. So therefore, we're going to focus on English and we're going to focus on math. Well, math is prescriptive.
We've known this for a long time.
But many people, Danger, don't know that. They don't know that critical thinking has been deprioritized.
We're the ones that reelected Mitch McConnell 6 times, one of the worst, number 47 in the state, okay, as far as being the worst state. He's 3 from the bottom, okay? He keeps getting reelected. He gets a salary over the years of between 150, let's say 175 average. He's got $35 million in the bank. How the hell did he do that? Forget about his wife having another 30 million. He's got 35 million in the bank. And yet when he stops being the president of the Senate or whatever the hell he was, they found he had 500 bills he would not even bring to the floor for a vote.
And stop treating the progressive candidates like there's some kind of disease. These
Well,
are
I will tell you that so one of the things that I ran when I was at the Reagan was a national debate competition that was focused on not policy debate, but actually communicating and changing the hearts and minds of men and women. And the debate coach and I that built and grew that program, she no longer works for them. I no longer work for them. We both quit for moral reasons. And she and I met up 2 weeks ago, and she has cancer, and we're just talking about what are we going to do next? I love my job that I'm doing, and I'm doing good work, but it's not the heartfelt, mission-driven work that I was doing before, and I need a project. And so she and I was she's ready to quit public education as a teacher and debate coach. And she was like, what if we just start our own debate competition? And I told her, I said, I love that. And let's not just have the debate competition for K through 12 or college. Let's actually have an adult debate competition. And it's like, it literally is TikTok. It's literally what like Liberal is doing. But let's do it for political candidates and let's have no barrier to entry. So that way we can get grassroots organizations to come together to say, hey, we're going to host our own debate and there's no barrier to entry to this debate. And we can streamline it and we can put it on YouTube and we can put it on TikTok. We can democratize the way in which the political parties have decided to co-opt power because we now have the tools to do so. We just have to challenge assumptions.
Yeah, because I don't think the people out there know.
Real quick, I think Occupation has been trying to say something. Occupation, did you want to go? Go ahead, man.
He dropped down.
Oh. Well, I'll send him an invite.
No, he said that he didn't want to be
ahead.
disrespectful, but this monologue of education is boring. Occupation also, just so you're aware, Liberal in the comments has been saying that I was attacking a Palestinian and yet now I'm here supporting another Palestinian. So Occupation is here to create conflict and doesn't want to talk about solutions.
Well, for the record, Occupation is a very big supporter of the show. Occupation likes the show. Occupation comes here often, comments, gifts. And so Occupation is welcome to have a thought.
Oh, totally. Like, I'm not saying that it's negative, but the reason why he dropped down was because he said the monologue about education is boring.
I read that, and that's why I was going to get to him, because you have been talking a lot. And that's fine, but when somebody has their hand up in the comment section, I try to make space for them. I saw his comment, and so I tried to make space, but I didn't get there quickly enough. I mean, it's fine. I mean, I'm listening to what you're saying. I have no problem with what you're saying. But, that's the problem when you have 8 slots on a panel is that, some people have more to say than others, and, that's kind of the way it goes. But MBW, I think you were trying to jump in there also. Did you want to go? Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was just, does everybody know, like, at least 4 of the progressive candidates out there in states? Like, by name? Because I do. I mean, I'll say it here in Michigan. Michael Sortier, I can't say his last name, but he's in Kansas. Chris Rabb that just won. Charles Booker. These progressives, if you look at their websites, there's consistency through all of them. And it's money out of politics, healthcare for all. And it's just a consistency. And I think we don't give them enough credit because it's such a small minority of the Democratic Party. And that's where the problem is. It's like we're not ready we want to move forward, but when we have people that want to move forward, we don't give them the opportunity because there's no place for them to do the opportunity. And if Rebecca can somehow form something that gives people a place that they don't have to have, a huge amount of money to even qualify for, to get their name out there, absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Because if you look at the seats that flipped, progressives are flipping these seats. And I really think the more we get the progressive part of the Democratic out there, like I hate the DNC, when they got rid of David Hogg, that was the biggest mistake they will ever make.
Thank you for following.
Yeah, now more into, like, Rebecca, what you were talking about, were you, when you were talking about, like, the debate space, is that kind of like what they do with, how they, like, run to the chair? What's the name of that show?
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. No, I'm actually talking about, hosting, like, a proper, like, presidential debate. So, like, imagine, like, right now, the League of Women Voters is the only one that helps organize both primary and national debates. So the Republican primary that's always held at the Reagan Library during the primary season, the League of Women Voters, they kind of organize it. They work with the media outlets to decide who the panelists are going to be. And then they open it up to the candidates who've met their metrics in order, the barrier to entry to participate. Right. So I would like to host that with zero barrier to entry and film it.
Definitely
that
needed.
any person who is running for politics and you can do this at the city council level, you can do this at the assemblyman level, you can do it at the state senator level, you can do it nationally, to say, okay, like if you're running for office, we would love to come to your town, we would love to host a debate, we will get local funders to support it, and we will film it and use social media as a way to get the word out. And then what that allows candidates to do is now candidates don't have to pay for additional media because they can now take snippets of it and use it to promote on their own social channels.
Yeah,
it helps democratize campaigning.
Right. No, that's. I think that's a great idea, and it wouldn't even have to be just one team that like goes from place to place. You could get people that are in that area to,
correct.
To
that's
like
the goal. Is you
train
give them
them
the model.
and how to do it, and then, obviously upload to one spot. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I mean, have you done anything to like get to that point, or?
So we literally had the conversation 2 weeks ago when I visited Dad. I stopped by Kansas City to see her because she's in cancer treatment, and I was like, checking in on you. How you doing? We went and we got a delicious lunch, and this came up, and I said, okay, 2 things I'm going to do for you. One, we're going to raise money for your cancer treatments by creating an online shop with merch of all of her Chris Adams isms, is what we called it. Chris Adams is a career teacher and debate coach, and she has mothered so many students in Missouri just by being the good person that she is. She is a public servant through and through. And so we're going to put all of her sayings on like one of the ones that she says is she's like, trash comes in all colors, because that's what she used to tell people, because she lived in a very poor, underprivileged area. And so she would say, like, listen, trash comes in all colors, but the worst color is white. And
that's funny.
So she has all these isms, and I said, Chris, I'm going to put them on t-shirts and mugs and stickers, and we're going to send this out to your alumni to fundraise for your cancer treatments. And she goes, well, Rebecca, I've got pretty good insurance and this and that, and I'm good. Yeah, I don't need it. And I just said, well, I'm going to do it anyway. Like, try and stop me. And I said, I don't even need your permission. I'm going to go get your alumni to like help me build it. And then I said, and she's like, well, what do I do with the money if I don't have to if I beat this? And I said, well, we'll start our nonprofit and we'll do a national debate and we'll democratize debate. And we literally dreamed this up over coffee 2 weeks ago.
Nice.
And then she and I are meeting up again next month to talk.
The shitty thing about that is, like, I would love to do something like that, but as far as like marketing shit goes, I'm not a marketer. I really,
That's
with this,
such a lie.
it wasn't even maybe 4 or 5 months ago was the first time I ever shared my life to anyone. I had never, so like,
you're a small business owner. You're a DJ.
Well, sure, but I'm talking about marketing, creating.
But did you
that
market
kind of
yourself?
Stuff. No, I worked as a DJ. I worked for another company that they did their marketing, so they would go to
Thank you for following.
what do they call them, like the wedding shows. And thank you for the follow. But they'd go to wedding shows, and that's how they would market. And then we were the contractors, and we would go out and DJ, right? And we would get a percentage
but
of
you
it.
probably got clients based upon the fact, right?
Well,
because they saw your value and then pushed it forward.
There were, and I actually got, they weren't too happy once I had a client. It was the venue, in fact, wanted me to DJ there, but I was technically, because I was there under the other company, I wasn't really allowed to moonlight, even though I'm an independent contractor. I did it anyway, and they found out, and they weren't happy at all. So yes, word of mouth, certainly, but in terms of being purposeful in it is what I'm talking about. I'm not so great with that.
Okay, well, but AI, right? You could literally go into AI and say, create a marketing plan for me, and right?
Yeah.
So I think we have the tools nowadays to get over all of these barriers and the belief system. Literally, just look at this in your chat right now. Someone's like, I've got Canva, I can help. And someone else says, I got blank t-shirts, get in touch with me. We have throughout our own networks all the skill sets and superpowers to be able to do this. We've just been told for years that we need legitimacy and we need X, Y, and Z to be able to enter this space and be taken seriously. Like, I was going to ask you,
Well-
Liberal, if you're available June 9th, because I need a DJ for a party. And I was like, oh, I don't know any DJs. And I was like, oh my God, I do know Liberal though. And Liberal could DJ on TikTok.
In California?
And I could,
on TikTok.
No.
Oh, I see.
DJ on TikTok,
That's
and I'll
funny.
put up a sound system, and I want to pay you for it.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's possible. I don't know how the audio, because it'd be streaming. That's interesting.
You know what? It's just
Message
moms
me.
for 2 hours. We just want a 90s and 2000s dance party. That's all we want.
Sounds
We
like
don't
a plan
care
to
about
me.
the quality. So, like, can I just pay you for 2 hours of your time for you to DJ on TikTok?
Yes, I could do that. And it's just, so I'm thinking about it because, I have my big ass speakers and stuff that I would set up. I wouldn't need to set
You wouldn't need
that
any
up.
of that because you would just DJ from
Right, it
your
was-
computer.
Yeah. Yeah, I
And then
don't
I
even
have
know.
big ass speakers.
Right. That's interesting. I haven't even thought about how I would set that up. I could figure it out, but no, yeah. Send me a message. We'll talk about it.
Okay. Because I was like, I'm hosting a mom meetup, and our mom meetup is it's called Menopause, Perimenopause, the cruel joke of having to raise hormonal tweens while also being depleted of yours.
That's funny.
And
That's
we're having a photo shoot where my girlfriend is coming and allowing women to just like take photos as they are and make them look beautiful. And we're having a 90s dance party in my cul-de-sac. And we're having a doctor come talk about perimenopause.
Nice. Yeah,
Like, I'm just literally
and
organizing
you'll have the
grassroots
microphone
stuff.
and everything set up. You'll have a mic for everything. Because my favorite thing to do was actually to MC like Christmas parties and shit. I
Oh my
preferred
gosh, like
that
Liberal.
over weddings. Yeah. Yeah, for
Liberal,
like,
I'm telling you, like you could take your what you did before in person, use all the setup that you use right now for your live. We could market the shit out of
virtual DJ
virtual
as a
virtual DJing.
that's actually not a bad business idea. I don't
And now
know
people,
that it's a thing.
you could literally be the virtual DJ where we just put you. I'm going to put you up on a big screen.
Right.
And you're going to be there just like you're there in person. I'll even put a table in front of you and a laptop and make it look like you're actually there.
That
And
is
now
funny.
we've democratized. You don't have to travel. You don't have
Right.
to bring your own sound system. And now people can hire you for parties and weddings and all that kind of stuff.
That is awesome. Yeah, because I was thinking about because the rights for licensing music. If you buy, like for example, a CD, and I'm not saying this is the case, you have a right to the CD. But if you turn that into and you stream that online, you have to also get the rights for the digital version of that too. It's kind of
But do
ridiculous.
you have to do that on TikTok?
Yes, you have to.
Yes, you will. So that would be, corporate and so I don't know exactly what the licensing would look like, but for example,
probably just not do it through TikTok. You would probably just have to do through private video streaming or something.
yeah,
I could also just
right.
FaceTime you.
It'd be, yeah, well, that too, but then the audio would be, of course, I don't know how FaceTime would work, but it's
Well,
doable.
what about Zoom?
It's absolutely
I could do
doable.
it via Zoom.
It may not be the most, above
So one of my
board thing
buddies
to do.
DJs here on TikTok, right? I can get him to come in here at some point because he's good with the audio part for this, or just over online in general. Also, I'm about to start firing up my Canva, and I'm just gonna make a whole bunch of Lib Loudmouth stuff.
Oh my gosh, let's do it. And Liv,
Hooray.
can I make you a print-on-demand shop like we talked about 8 months ago?
Well, I use
Yeah.
Fourth Wall if that helps, Lib.
I mean, I have the that Printify shop with the
No,
with
Lib,
the
let
MAGA
me
underwear
set up the whole
and
thing
the
for you.
Democratic underwear.
No, Lib, we
Look
do
up
it at our.
Fourth
I can
Wall,
do
Lib,
it for
and
you
can
for
do a lot
free.
through there.
I can do it for free. Like my merch shop does it for free for companies. Let me do it for free for you.
Yeah, it's something we'll talk about. Yeah, I mean, send me a message.
Okay.
This is
All right,
this
Miss
sounds
Chaos,
like
you send me all
we
the
need
images.
to live. We need to
You
live.
send me the images. I
live
will
for-
put together the presentation
Thank you,
for the
Sabrina.
print-on-demand shop, and then we'll give it to Lib, so that Lib, you can start monetizing and making money off of the great, brilliant stuff that you do.
Yeah, well, I'll have to figure out what that is, and then we'll do that.
You don't have to. We as your fans can do it for you.
You can
and
tell
I'm just
me
going to
what it
send you a check. Is that okay?
Yeah,
Just sit
yeah.
down and
Hey,
collect your monies.
yeah, you send me a check.
I was like,
I'll
I'm
ta-
just going
I'll
to send
take
you a
that.
check.
That's funny.
Because because I use Fourth Wall, and you can create. And now you have to pay for Adobe, but if you want things taken off the background and it not looking like a block,
Chaos,
that
all
could
you
be-
need to do
that
is
could be
send
bought
me
separate.
your Canvas images, and I will have my graphic designer that works for our merch company redraw it into vector art for free. And then we will put it on the virtual shop that we'll create for Lib that's already connected to all the vendors that do print on demand. And then
Mhm.
Lib just has to put it up on TikTok and people can order and it direct ships to them. And Lib gets 20% and 20% goes to our company to pay for our graphic designer and keep the lights on and the e-commerce person that manages all of it. It's all run through Shopify. But that's how we work with organizations to help them fundraise. And so we've started repping TikTokers. So Jordan Borges is our first TikToker that we're repping. And he does movie trivia. Everyone should check him out. He's such a cool vibe. And he's an actor and he works 3 jobs and he does movie trivia on TikTok. And he's awesome. And so I said to him, can I create your merch? And his fan base was like, oh my God, yes. And so we're doing a merch launch party for him the week of June 20th, where we're doing a full, we're going deep in the movie theme. We're doing a red carpet. It's being held at his friend's shop that he works at part-time. And we're going to be premiering his merch live, and his people who live in Los Angeles that are his fans are going to be invited, and they're going to get exclusive merch just for the event. It's going to be so much fun. And Lib, I would do that for you in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat.
Yeah, we talked about this a long time ago.
We did.
So we
I was
can
just
put your
too
C
busy
button
with
on
Dad.
a T-shirt, Lib.
I'm gonna put your face out there. I found you the loudspeaker.
What loudspeaker?
A loudspeaker that we can put your because I told you, I said I bet we could get a loudspeaker.
Right? Yeah. No, we have.
No, you have an itty bitty one. I
Yeah.
found
You found a big one.
massive big one, and I get it at wholesale prices, Lib.
Nice. And it's and it's white.
And
Or
it's
plain?
white, and I can put your face on the
CMS
side
Chaos.
of it. I gotta go get Gremlins.
That should scare off every MAGA. Okay.
Yes.
They're like, what the fuck is that?
Yes.
Now to that, I mean, this sounds great, but I do need to run. It's 2.5 hours past my normal time. I appreciate all of this, and I love it.
Bye, y'all.
Yeah, Beer, it was good to see you. I hope to see you back. And Rebecca, as always, a pleasure. Whisper, Whisper, since you came back up, you hadn't said anything. Did you want to say anything before I go? I don't think.
I'll see you.
Thank you,
I'll see you
MBW. I appreciate it. And to everybody, I really, really appreciate it. I'll be back for Fuck It Friday tomorrow because it's Friday and fuck it. Why not, right? Fuck It Friday. And we'll see you guys there 9 a.m. Central Time, and then I'll be off on the weekends. But I really do appreciate everybody's support, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Peace.